Chapter 470. The Flame Master was a master with decent strength in Sky Array City. He was considered outstanding among the many array formation masters. Of course, there were many array formation masters in Sky Array City who were better than the Flame Master. However, they were usually elusive and ordinary martialists simply couldn't see them. The Flame Master would often come to the public square and personally set up array formations before explaining them to martialists who were interested in array formations. Over time, the Flame Master had gained a large number of fans in Sky Array City. As long as the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations, many martialists would come to support him. Today was the day that the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations. Fang Chen looked at the countless martialists on the street and couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed an array formation master. Just one public lecture could actually attract so many martialists. Fang Chen pondered this for a moment before quickly walking forward. He wanted to see what the Flame Master was capable of. Ever since he had come into contact with array formations, Fang Chen had realized that array formations were like a vast ocean with countless drifters. However, some drifters were unable to find the essence of array formations even after spending their entire lives. Some drifters, on the other hand, were gifted and quickly grasped the essence of array formations. Thus, they were able to innovate on array formations and grow rapidly. The Flame Master was one of them. Back then, the Flame Master had wanted to learn array formations from a master. However, during the test, the Flame Master had been found to have almost zero array formation talent. Everyone knew very well what this meant. A person with almost zero array formation talent simply couldn't learn array formations. Even if he tried, it would just be a waste of time. However, the Flame Master didn't believe in heresy. He searched for all the books on array formations and even memorized the array formation basics. In the end, he relied on his self-study to become an array formation apprentice. His tenacity attracted the attention of other array formation almighties and he received their approval. Finally, he entered the array formation path. In the days that followed, there were countless legends about the Flame Master. However, no one knew that the Flame Master was the person with almost zero array formation talent. It wasn't until one day, when the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations, that everyone was enlightened. The Flame Grandmaster's life was very inspirational. The reason why he publicly explained the array Dao was because he wanted to help those martial artists who were like him but didn't have the talent for array Dao. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people. Countless warriors were looking at a figure in the middle of the square with frenzied looks on their faces. In the middle of the square, there was a middle-aged man in fiery red clothes. He was the Flame Master. The reason why he was called the Flame Grandmaster was because the formations he set up were most proficient in fire attribute formations. At this moment, the Flame Grandmaster looked at the sea of people with a smile on his face. Everyone, today I will be explaining the essence of the Fire Frost Array. Hearing the Flame Grandmaster's words, there was an uproar in the square. Countless warriors shouted the Flame Grandmaster's name. As expected of a Flame Grandmaster, he can even set up a formation like the Fire Frost formation, a warrior exclaimed. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and sized up the Flame Grandmaster. Of course, Fang Chen knew about the Fire Chill Array that the Flame Grandmaster mentioned. The Fire Chill Array was a top-grade origin grade array formation. Among the origin grade array formations, it was considered one of the top few. Of course, if it was set up by a powerful array formation grandmaster, its might would even be comparable to a spirit grade array formation. Although the Fire Chill Array formation was powerful, it was very difficult to set it up. The slightest carelessness could lead to failure and even a backlash. When he heard that the Flame Grandmaster was setting up the Fire Chill Array, Fang Chen looked forward to it. As soon as the Flame Grandmaster said that, he suddenly waved his hands. Immediately, countless tiny rays of light scattered from his palms onto the square. In an instant, an extremely wild flame aura appeared on the square. Then, a small array formation appeared in the middle of the square. Within the array formation, there was a raging fire that looked as though it wanted to roast people. However, the surrounding warriors didn't feel any heat at all. Instead, they felt waves of coolness emanating from the array formation. Is this the fire chill array? Some warriors exclaimed in a low voice. After the Flame Grandmaster finished setting up the fire chill array, he pointed at the array formation and said, "This array formation is the fire chill array. There are a total of 72 array bases. 64 of them are made of flame pearls, while the remaining 8 are made of ice pearls. The process of setting it up is very complicated. As for the control center of the array, it is in the raging fire within the array formation. Ordinary people can't find it at all." As the Flame Grandmaster spoke with assurance, the other warriors on the square fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Flame Grandmaster, may I ask how you control the array bases when you set up the array formation?" Hearing this voice, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. "It's 9 Array Pavilion's Jushu," someone said. 9 Array Pavilion was one of the major forces in Sky Array City. Although it wasn't a top force, it couldn't be underestimated. Jushu was one of the top experts of the younger generation in 9 Array Pavilion. His cultivation base had reached the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. He was very talented in arrays and had become an array master at such a young age. "So it's 9 Array Pavilion's Jushu." The Flame Grandmaster nodded at Jushu and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should have been promoted to an array master not long ago, right?" The Flame Grandmaster's attitude towards Jushu was very gentle, and his face was full of smiles. Hearing the Flame Grandmaster's words, many warriors exclaimed, "Oh my God, Jushu has already become an array master? No wonder the Flame Grandmaster is so gentle towards him. No wonder he's the most outstanding array master of the younger generation in 9 Array Pavilion. He's really amazing. To be able to achieve this at such a young age, he will definitely become a top array master in the future." Many warriors were discussing Jushu, their hearts filled with shock. In the crowd, Fang Chen was also carefully sizing up this 9 Array Pavilion's Jushu. At least in terms of arrays, he wasn't as good as this person. "Jushu, you haven't been an array master for long, so you don't know. You'll naturally find out after some time, but since you've asked me today, I'll naturally tell you." The Flame Grandmaster said slowly, "The Cold Fire Array has a total of 72 array bases. If you observe carefully, these 72 array bases actually follow a pattern. That is, for every 8 fire array bases, there is an ice array base. When you're setting up the array bases, you just need to control it slightly." After hearing the Flame Grandmaster's explanation, Jushu instantly understood and nodded his head in satisfaction. However, at that moment, a discordant voice entered everyone's ears. "It's not like that." Fang Chen was observing the Cold Fire Array when he was suddenly awakened by the Flame Grandmaster's words and immediately blurted out. When they heard Fang Chen's voice, everyone's gaze turned towards Fang Chen. Even Jushu and the Flame Grandmaster from 9 Array Pavilion turned their heads to look at him. "Mph, he's just an ordinary warrior. How dare he criticize the Flame Grandmaster for setting up an array? The current Sky Array City is really a place where any Tom, Dick, and Harry can enter. Trash like him who specializes in ruining the atmosphere really deserves to die. Kid, if you say it's not like that, don't tell me you're better than the Flame Grandmaster. Kid, if you don't give us a good reason today, I definitely won't let you off." Many martialists thought that Fang Chen had come to cause trouble and were furious. "Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize to the Flame Grandmaster," Jushu from 9 Array Pavilion said icily as he slowly walked over to Fang Chen. His words were filled with threat, as if he would kill Fang Chen if Fang Chen didn't apologize. Could it be that the great Flame Grandmaster only allows others to flatter him and not point out his mistakes? Fang Chen had wanted to keep a low profile, but he had accidentally said such a thing. He had originally intended to let it go, but he hadn't expected that Jushu would actually threaten him to apologize. The Flame Grandmaster frowned when he heard Fang Chen's words. However, he was still a Grandmaster, so he slowly said, "Since this little friend thinks that I'm wrong, then why don't you tell me the correct way to set up the array?" Jushu didn't say anything else after the Flame Grandmaster had spoken. However, he still glared icily at Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a step forward and looked at the Cold Fire Array. Then, a large amount of array formation information appeared in his mind. This information was basically the array formation comprehensions that Fang Chen had obtained from the Sky Ghost Forest. Of course, Fang Chen hadn't carefully looked through it all these days. He had only looked at a small portion, which just so happened to explain how to set up the cold-fire array. It was very detailed. The cold-fire array is a top-grade yuan-grade array formation. If set up properly, its might can completely compare to a spirit-grade array formation. You can't deny this, right, Flame Grandmaster? Fang Chen asked. The Flame Grandmaster nodded but didn't say anything. Fang Chen continued, in truth, the cold-fire array is just as the Flame Grandmaster said. There is a pattern to how it is set up. As long as you grasp that pattern, you can easily set it up. Zhu Shu's expression changed when he heard Fang Chen's words. He icily said, "Do you even need to tell me that? You're not just stalling for time, are you?" Fang Chen directly ignored Zhu Shu and continued, "The Flame Grandmaster's method of setting up the array foundations isn't wrong. It's just that this method is extremely difficult for an ordinary formation Grandmaster to control. The failure rate would be a bit higher. In truth, the cold-fire array's array foundations can be set up like this. There are a total of 72 array foundations that can be set up 3 times. Fang Chen spoke frankly. At first, the Flame Grandmaster hadn't been moved. He had even been disdainful. However, as Fang Chen's explanation went deeper, the Flame Grandmaster's expression began to change. Why have I never thought of this method before? The Flame Grandmaster was filled with doubt. He actually couldn't find the slightest mistake in Fang Chen's method of setting up the array foundations. Furthermore, he had a faint feeling that this method was much simpler than his own method. It also had a higher success rate. "Alright, that's all I wanted to say," said Fang Chen. Chapter 471. Zhu Shu's expression was icy. He was infuriated. He had been planning on humbly asking the Flame Grandmaster a few things, but his plan had been ruined by Fang Chen. Furthermore, this brat was still spouting such arrogant words. That infuriated him. "Brat, you only have 2 choices now. Apologize or scram," roared Zhu Shu. "Correct. This is Heavenly Formation City, not a place for you to behave atrociously. The Flame Grandmaster has studied formations for so many years. How could he not know how to set up the cold flame formation? Is there a need for you to spout nonsense here?" After Zhu Shu, another person spoke. His words were filled with fury at Fang Chen. When everyone heard this person speak, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's the Mortian Palace's immortal Mo. I never thought he would also come to listen to the Flame Grandmaster's lecture on the Tao of Formations." The Mortian Palace was on the same level as the 9 Formation Pavilion in Heavenly Formation City. They were both powerful sects. The Immortal Mo was one of the peak experts of the Mortian Palace's younger generation. Of course, geniuses like Zhu Shu could only be considered second-tier geniuses within Heavenly Formation City. As for the first-tier geniuses, they couldn't compare to them. The Immortal Mo didn't understand formations. This time, he had come with Zhu Shu. At first, he hadn't said anything when Fang Chen had spouted nonsense. But now, he couldn't bear it any longer. The Immortal Mo and Zhu Shu both berated Fang Chen. As for the latter, he was smiling mockingly. "Whether it's true or not, you can just ask the Flame Grandmaster." Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with the two of them. After saying that, he turned and left. This kind of public lecture on the Tao of Formations was fine. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to leave, the Immortal Mo and Zhu Shu both took a step forward. A wild aura erupted from their bodies. "Brat, you've ruined the Flame Grandmaster's lecture, and you still think you can leave?" "That's right. You can stay here today," threatened the Immortal Mo. Fang Chen, who was walking, suddenly stopped when he heard the threats of the two. After that, he turned his head and looked at the two of them. His eyes were filled with an ice-cold expression as he coldly said, "Ignorant." After that, Fang Chen continued to move forward. Zhu Shu's face darkened when he saw this. He was an array grandmaster on the same level as the Flame Grandmaster. He did not expect this person to treat him this way. "Damn it!" Zhu Shu shouted angrily. His body exuded a wild aura as he prepared to attack. However, At this moment, the Flame Master, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. Stop. The Flame Master was deeply attracted by Fang Chen's words. After listening to Fang Chen's words, a door seemed to appear in his mind. His understanding of the Tao of array formations had deepened. However, just as he was comprehending the Tao of formation at a deeper level, he was suddenly awakened by Jushu scolding. Then, he realized that Jushu and Immortal among demons were about to attack Fang Chen. Master of Flames, Jushu turned to look at Master of Flames and asked. Nonsense. Master of Flames snorted coldly. After saying that, he chased after Fang Chen. Many cultivators in the square were in an uproar when they saw this. Master of Flames is chasing after that brat. Is what that brat said true? Heavens, where did this brat come from? How could he say such things? Is this brat a hidden array grandmaster? Otherwise, he would not know how to set up the cold fire array. As the disciples were talking, Master of Flames had already caught up to Fang Chen. Little brother, please wait. Master of Flames walked in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile. Master of Flames, how can I help you? Fang Chen asked. Little brother, are you an array grandmaster? Master of Flames asked. Fang Chen shook his head, then nodded. You can say so. Fang Chen had studied array formations for a month with his own efforts. Now, he could be considered an array apprentice. An array apprentice could only be considered half an array grandmaster. So his answer to Master of Flames couldn't be considered a lie. Hearing this, the Flame Grandmaster's face was full of smiles as he said, Little brother, after listening to the method of setting up the cold fire array, I was deeply inspired. Thank you very much. After Grandmaster Flame finished saying those words, he took a glance at Fang Chen. Then, he asked, Little brother, did you come up with this formation by yourself, or did your master teach you this? My master taught me, whispered Fang Chen. Master of Flames nodded. The cold fire array's foundation that Fang Chen had mentioned was extremely ingenious. If Fang Chen had come up with it himself, then it would be a bit terrifying. To be able to come up with such a profound foundation at such a young age, it was hard to believe. But after hearing that Fang Chen had a master, Master of Flames didn't make a fuss over nothing. Little friend, I feel that your understanding of array formations is extremely profound. Would it be possible for you to come to my residence for a chat? Asked Master of Flames. Fang Chen thought for a moment and then said, that's fine too. In any case, he had just arrived in Sky Formation City and didn't have anywhere to go. Going to Master of Flames' place wasn't a bad idea. Not bad. Fang Chen muttered to himself for a moment. But what? Master of Flames was very happy to hear that Fang Chen had accepted his invitation. As long as he could interact more with Fang Chen, Master of Flames was confident that he would be able to reach the Grandmaster Realm soon. The Grandmaster Realm was a realm he had always dreamed of. There are two people who don't seem to want me to go. Fang Chen glanced at Jushu and Immortal Mo Zhongxian, who were glaring at him from the plaza. Them? Just you wait. Hearing this, the Flame Grandmaster grinned and quickly returned to the square. Master of Flames, do you still want to continue lecturing about array formations? Asked a disciple. Master of Flames shook his head. Today's lecture ends here. With that, the Flame Master turned to look at Jushu and Immortal Devil, and said in a low voice, from today onwards, that little brother will be the Flame Master's, honored guest. The two of you better restrain yourselves and not cause trouble for him. Jushu and Immortal Mo Zhongxian had complicated expressions when they heard Master of Flame's words. Master of Flames, why is it that when I've tried to visit your residence so many times to ask for your knowledge of array formations, you've always refused? Yet an ordinary cultivator like him can go to your residence, asked Jushu. You're doubting my words, said Master of Flames coldly. Master of Flames, you're one of Sky Array City's older generation's grandmasters. Although I'm also a grandmaster of array formations, I can't compare to you. I just can't accept it. How can someone who's inferior to me be able to gain your favor? Asked Jushu. Master of Flames shook his head. You're different. After saying those words, Grandmaster Flame left the plaza with Fang Chen and headed toward his residence. After Master of Flames left, The other cultivators also dispersed. However, Zhu Shu and immortal Mo Zhongxian didn't leave. The two of them stared at Fang Chen's back furiously. "Brother Zhu Shu," whispered immortal Mo Zhongxian. "Damnable brat, he actually dared to ruin my plans." "I want him dead," roared Zhu Shu furiously. "Brother Zhu Shu, I just secretly checked. This brat's cultivation base isn't very high. If you want to kill him, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. There's no need to get angry over trash like him," said immortal Mo Zhongxian with a sinister smile. "I've always wanted to gain Master of Flame's favor, but Master of Flames has always refused to let me in. I never thought that this brat would take advantage of me. I can't accept this," growled Zhu Shu. Immortal Mo Zhongxian was silent for a moment before saying, "Since Brother Zhu Shu doesn't want him to live, I'll send people to deal with him." When Fang Chen was invited into Master of Flame's residence, countless cultivators were envious. Immortal Mo Zhongxian and Zhu Shu hated Fang Chen to the core. They even wanted to secretly kill Fang Chen. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know any of this. After staying in Master of Flame's residence for 3 days, Fang Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. Compared to Near Water City, Sky Array City didn't have a 3-star sect. There were only a few top 2-star sect. Below the top 2-star sect were forces like 9 Formation Pavilion and Mortian Palace. The younger generation of 9 Formation Pavilion and Mortian Palace was only at the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. They were considered the second tier of the younger generation in Sky Array City. The first tier of the younger generation was basically in the top 2-star sect. One day, Fang Chen was resting when Master of Flames suddenly came to his courtyard. "Brother Fang." After Master of Flames learned of Fang Chen's name, he had been calling Fang Chen Brother Fang. "Master of Flames." Fang Chen greeted when he saw Master of Flames arrive. "Brother Fang, can you explain some of the mysteries of the cold fire array to me?" Master of Flames asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Sure." In the following time, Fang Chen explained the essence of the cold fire array to Master of Flames. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. When Fang Chen finished explaining to Master of Flames, it was already night time. "Brother Fang, after listening to your explanation, I have benefited greatly. I feel that it won't be long before I can become an array grandmaster." Master of Flames was very excited. "Brother Fang, you have helped me so much. If you need anything, just let me know," Master of Flames said and turned to leave, leaving Fang Chen to rest. The reason why Fang Chen could help Master of Flames was because he had obtained a book about arrays. He had read some of it, and it just so happened that there was an explanation of the cold fire array. If Master of Flames asked about other things, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to answer. "I'll stay here for a while," Fang Chen thought to himself. The atmosphere for cultivating array formations here was very good. Fang Chen wanted to raise the level of his array formations. The more he came into contact with the Tao of array formations, the more Fang Chen realized that arrays played an important role in battle. Chapter 472. Learning array formations in the Flame Master's mansion was very comfortable, and almost no one came to disturb him. The Flame Master would look for Fang Chen to discuss array formations. Fang Chen would vaguely explain to the Flame Master some of the information he had gained from understanding array formations. As for the Flame Master, after listening to Fang Chen's explanation, he would immediately enter a state of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this 1 month, Fang Chen's understanding of the array Tao had improved tremendously. Because of the Almighty's array formation comprehension, Fang Chen's array formation had improved very quickly. Now, Fang Chen had changed from an array formation apprentice to a true array formation master. To be called an array formation master meant that he could set up mortal array formations. Although he could only set up mortal array formations, Fang Chen was already very satisfied. One day, the Flame Master came to Fang Chen's courtyard. "Brother Fang, there's a small auction in a restaurant in Sky Array City today. Do you want to go take a look?" the Flame Master asked directly. "A small auction?" Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would a small auction be held in a restaurant? That's right, it's a small auction. This kind of auction isn't something that can be attended with money alone, the Flame Master said. The Flame Master said, "This auction is led by Ju Shu. It's a small auction where many second-tier geniuses of the younger generation in Sky Array City will participate. The martialists who will participate in the auction are second-tier geniuses. The others won't be able to enter the restaurant," the Flame Master said. "What's being auctioned?" Fang Chen was a little curious and asked. "It's nothing more than some useless items obtained by various geniuses. They'll be auctioned off. Basically, it's an exchange between the second-tier young geniuses," the Flame Master said. Flame Grandmaster said, "If you want to go, I can send you there. I believe they will give me some face." Fang Chen nodded and said, "Flame Master, I can go there myself." After coming out of the Flame Master's mansion, Fang Chen followed the map provided by the Flame Master and soon arrived in front of the restaurant. This restaurant was called Nature Restaurant. Normally, it was open to the public, but today, it was closed to the public. The Nature Pavilion? Fang Chen looked at the Nature Pavilion and grinned. Even though they were all second-tier geniuses, but he couldn't guarantee that they didn't have what he wanted. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to come and take a look. Then, Fang Chen walked straight to the nature building, but he was stopped by the guards. Fang Chen activated his majestic aura and instantly intimidated the guard. The latter's face was filled with terror as he directly let them pass. After entering the nature building, Fang Chen went straight to the 4th floor. There were no rooms on the entire 4th floor. It was like a pavilion, and there were about 20 young warriors here. They were chatting with each other when they suddenly realized that a strange man had arrived. "Brat, did you come to the wrong place?" someone suddenly shouted. Fang Chen looked around and said, "I didn't come to the wrong place. This is the place." "Brat, hurry up and leave, or you'll never be able to leave," said a warrior coldly. At this moment, Ju Shu and Immortal Mo saw Fang Chen. A trace of ridicule appeared on their faces. "Brat, you really have guts. You actually dared to come here." Ju Shu grinned. His words were filled with threat. "Why wouldn't I dare?" asked Fang Chen. "Brat, with your strength, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to come here. Are you here to humiliate yourself?" Immortal Mo laughed sinisterly. "I'm here to participate in the auction," said Fang Chen seriously. When they heard Fang Chen's words, the surrounding warriors all looked at Fang Chen curiously. They didn't understand where this brat had come from to actually dare to participate in their auction. "Scram!" roared Immortal Mo furiously. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Ju Shu. "Isn't this so-called auction just a gathering for the second-tier geniuses of the younger generation? As long as you're strong enough, you can participate." Ju Shu nodded when he heard Fang Chen's words. "That's right. As long as you're strong enough and have obtained the approval of the second-tier geniuses, you can participate. However, if some people try to sneak in here, the consequences will be very severe." Crash! All of a sudden, Fang Chen unleashed a ferocious aura that swept across the entire 4th floor, causing the surrounding geniuses to be astounded. Those warriors sensed that Fang Chen's aura contained boundless danger. They were actually a bit speechless. "Is this enough?" asked Fang Chen. Ju Shu narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Fang Chen. At this moment, he realized that he was unable to see through Fang Chen. "HMPH, putting on an act," Ju Shu said coldly. "Brother Ju Shu, this kid's strength has reached the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. He's qualified to participate." "That's right. This kid has some skills. We can let him stay. If there's nothing else, the auction can begin." The warriors spoke one after another. Hearing this, Ju Shu turned his head and no longer looked at Fang Chen. "HMPH, wait until the auction ends. You'll suffer," Ju Shu said in his heart. Then, Ju Shu walked back to his original position and sat cross-legged on the ground. He said, "Since everyone is here, the auction will officially begin. This auction will be the same as before. Everyone can take out their own items to auction. You'll exchange your money with your goods. If you discover any false bids, everyone will attack together." As he spoke, Ju Shu deliberately glanced at Fang Chen. Fang Chen found a place and sat cross-legged, waiting for the auction to begin. At this moment, a warrior took out a pitch-black flute and said, I obtained this flute by accident. This flute is a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. It's very useful for cultivators who cultivate sound wave attacks. Hearing this warrior's words, everyone was shocked. One of the girls in white said with an excited smile, "Brother Lu, I want this flute. The starting bid is 1 million upper-grade spiritual stones." Lu Ran said, "I bid 2 million upper-grade spiritual stones." The woman in white smiled. This disciple with a supreme-grade spiritual weapon is most suitable for Miss Bai Yangran. The other warriors said. Lu Ran looked around and found that no one was bidding. In the end, the flute was won by Bai Yangran at the price of 2 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Next, someone took out a few more treasures. These treasures were not very attractive to Fang Chen. However, during this time, Fang Chen got to know many young second-tier warriors. Lu Ran was a disciple of the Heavenly Armament Tower, and the woman in white, Bai Yangran, was a disciple of the Sound Pavilion. The strength of these two people was second only to Immortal Mo and Zhu Shu. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. After an hour, someone took out a treasure that instantly attracted Fang Chen's attention. This item was obtained by me in a certain ruin. It's useless to me. Furthermore, this item itself is broken, so I might as well sell it. A tall and sturdy man held a jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant contains a broken array formation. If this array formation was complete, it would be at least a black-grade array formation. However, because it's broken, its power must have decreased. The warrior explained. After listening to the warrior's introduction, Fang Chen was suddenly tempted. The jade pendant contained a broken array formation. When one was in danger, one could crush the jade pendant and the array formation would appear instantly. This was definitely a life-saving treasure. Moreover, if the array formation was complete, it would be at least a black-grade array formation. One had to know that an array master who could set up a black-grade array formation was at least an array grandmaster. There were only a few of such experts in the entire Nanling land. Most importantly, the broken array formation in the jade pendant could be repaired. Once it was repaired, its power would be unimaginable. A broken array formation. Seeing the jade pendant in the burly man's hand, Zhu Shu's eyes were filled with passion. No one knew the value of this jade pendant better than him. I must get this jade pendant at all costs. Zhu Shu said to himself. The starting bid is 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. The burly man said. Then, Zhu Shu directly bid 2 million upper-grade spirit stones, 3 million upper-grade spirit stones, 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the jade pendant had risen to 10 million upper-grade spirit stones. However, when the jade pendant's price rose to 10 million upper-grade spirit stones, most of the geniuses stopped bidding. They weren't array masters, so even if they could get the jade pendant at a high price, they might not be able to repair it. So after weighing the pros and cons, they felt that it wasn't worth it. 12 million upper-grade spirit stones. Zhu Shu's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone, Brother Zhu Shu really wants this item. Why don't we give him some face? At this moment, Immortal Mo spoke up. He had a good relationship with Zhu Shu, so seeing Zhu Shu like this, he naturally had to speak up for him. Hearing Immortal Mo's words, everyone fell silent and stopped bidding. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. But at this moment, Fang Chen spoke up. 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. Immortal Mo and Zhu Shu's eyes were cold when they heard Fang Chen's bid. They turned to look at Fang Chen. Kid, you'll be punished if you don't bid. Immortal Mo said in a low voice. A mere 13 million upper-grade spirit stones is nothing. Fang Chen said. 14 million upper spiritual stones. Zhu Shu was enraged as he enunciated each word. 15 million upper-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen continued to bid. Zhu Shu had the urge to kill someone. The jade pendant was right in front of him, so no one dared to bid against him. Who would have thought that someone would come out of nowhere? Chapter 473. Zhu Shu's face was filled with malevolence. His hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. So you're the only one allowed to compete and I'm not? Fang Chen retorted. Good, Very good. Ju Shu suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, 17 million. Ju Shu continued to bid. 18 million. Fang Chen said. Close to 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. Even for Ju Shu, it was a huge sum. Ju Shu was powerless to raise the price to such an extent. 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. When Fang Chen called out a bid of 20 million high-grade spirit stones, Ju Shu finally gave up. However, he glared at Fang Chen with a murderous glint in his eyes. Kid, this jade pendant will be mine sooner or later. Ju Shu said to himself. Then, Fang Chen paid the 20 million upper-grade spirit stones and received the jade pendant. He then put it into his space ring. In the following period of time, everyone took out their treasures. Almost none of them attracted Fang Chen's attention. After half a day, the auction finally ended. After the auction ended, Fang Chen prepared to leave. At that moment, a warrior blocked Fang Chen's path and said, Kid, I want to challenge you. Why should I accept your challenge? Fang Chen asked. Kid, this is an unwritten rule here. As long as someone challenges you, you have to accept the challenge. The person who spoke was Ju Shu. The warrior who challenged Fang Chen was called Ning Xuahan. He was Ju Shu's lackey. Since Ju Shu was humiliated, he naturally wanted to help Ju Shu get back at him. Therefore, as soon as the auction ended, he could not wait to challenge Fang Chen. Ning Xuahan's strength was not considered strong among the second-tier geniuses. He was only at the early stage of the fifth condensing reality realm. However, because of Ju Shu's protection, he had always been in the second-tier geniuses. This time, when Ning Xuahan challenged Fang Chen, many warriors watched curiously. When Fang Chen heard Ju Shu's words, he understood that if he didn't show off his skills today, he wouldn't be able to leave this place safely. Thinking of this, Fang Chen said, when I make a move, there will definitely be blood. What a coincidence. When I attack, there must be blood. Ning Xuahan sneered. Rumble suddenly, a wild aura emanated from Ning Xuahan's body. The next moment, a wild light flickered on Ning Xuahan's finger. Finger of wind and cloud. Ning Xuahan bellowed. She gathered all the strength in her body on her finger and pointed it out, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Courting death. Seeing this, Fang Chen snorted coldly. In the next moment, he performed the phantom sword technique. The wild illusory aura combined with the sword intent instantly surrounded his body. Then, Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was violently brandished. Poochie, what everyone expected didn't happen. After Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was brandished, a miserable shriek was heard. Everyone turned around and saw that Ning Xuahan's finger had been cut off by Fang Chen's star-hidden sword. Her finger fell to the ground. Ah, I'm going to kill you, Ning Xuahan roared furiously. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, even Ju Shu and Immortal Zhongxian were stunned. Could it be that this kid had been hiding his strength all this time? At this moment, Immortal Zhongxian noticed the weapon in Fang Chen's hand. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This kid is holding a dark weapon." As soon as Immortal Zhongxian said this, all the geniuses looked at the star-hidden sword in Fang Chen's hand. When they saw it, a trace of greed appeared in their eyes. Go to hell. At this moment, Ning Xuahan pounced on Fang Chen again. She wanted to kill Fang Chen. Poochie, but this time, after her body came out, she couldn't move at all. Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was stabbed into her chest. Bang! Fang Chen pulled out the star-hidden sword. Ning Xuahan's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Fallen. The genius Ning Xuahan died at the hands of Fang Chen just like that. Many geniuses were shocked. A dark weapon. As expected of a dark weapon. Although Fang Chen killed Ning Xuahan swiftly and decisively, many geniuses believed that it was all because of the dark weapon. If not for the dark weapon, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to kill Ning Xuahan. After Fang Chen killed Ning Xuahan, he turned around and left. When Ju Shu saw this, he was furious. He wanted to attack, but was stopped by Immortal Zhongxian in the end. Why did you stop me? Ju Shu shouted angrily. This kid's strength is strange. Moreover, he has a dark weapon. We can't fight him head-on. Moreover, Immortal Zhongxian said in a low voice. I won't rest until I kill him. Zhu Shu roared furiously. News of Fang Chen possessing a dark weapon instantly spread throughout Sky Array City. Whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, they all asked about Fang Chen. Of course, Zhu Shu had purposely released this news to give Fang Chen some pressure. After returning to the Flame Grandmaster's residence, the Flame Grandmaster also heard this news. He was a bit worried about Fang Chen. Brother Fang, are you alright? Asked the Flame Grandmaster. I'm fine, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you killed Ning Shuahan. The Ning family won't let this matter rest. You should leave Sky Array City and hide for a while, said the Flame Grandmaster. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. That night, Fang Chen disguised himself and left Sky Array City. However, no matter how well Fang Chen disguised himself, he was still discovered by warriors in the dark. Soon after, the news of Fang Chen leaving Sky Array City spread to the geniuses of the second tier. Let's go. We must kill this kid at all costs. With Zhu Shu as the leader, the geniuses all left Sky Array City to chase after Fang Chen. When Fang Chen arrived at a mountain range outside Sky Array City, the younger generation finally caught up to him. Kid, you will die today, Zhu Shu roared angrily. Then, he waved his hand and prepared to set up a formation. Fang Chen was already on guard against Zhu Shu. The moment he saw Zhu Shu set up the formation, his figure flashed and he immediately escaped. You can't escape. With Zhu Shu as the leader, the geniuses began to chase after Fang Chen. Damn it. Fang Chen's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone who was chasing after him. In the darkness, Fang Chen kept running. If it were just ordinary warriors chasing after him, he would definitely not run away. However, among these geniuses, there was a formation master, Zhu Shu. Once he set up a formation, it would be too dangerous for him to fall into it. I must kill this person first. Fang Chen thought to himself. At a certain moment, Fang Chen hid in a towering ancient tree. Below him, Zhu Shu and the others advanced quickly. When they arrived in front of the towering ancient tree, they stopped and looked around. Zhu Shu said coldly, he was here just now. He must not have run far. Brother Zhu Shu, what should we do now? Immortal Mo asked. Chase, Zhu Shu said. Many geniuses were at the front while Zhu Shu was at the back. They moved forward quickly. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's figure descended from the towering ancient tree like a ghost and appeared behind Zhu Shu. Illusion God Sword Art. Fang Chen displayed the first level of the Phantom God Sword technique. The hidden star sword fiercely pierced towards Zhu Shu. Zhu Shu sensed the wild aura behind him and was suddenly startled. Soon after, he became a little dazed. However, while Zhu Shu was dazed, he was still able to set up a top-grade origin grade formation. Fang Chen's hidden star sword was about to pierce Zhu Shu's body when he suddenly fell into a formation. Damn it! Fang Chen was furious that Zhu Shu was still able to set up a formation even when he was dazed. He's here! Zhu Shu shouted when he saw Fang Chen fall into a formation. The geniuses immediately returned. Attack the formation together, Zhu Shu roared. All right. Immortal Mo and the others joined forces to unleash their strongest attacks, which directly bombarded the formation. The powerful attacks passed through the formation and directly bombarded Fang Chen's body. Bang! Although Fang Chen had activated the sword body, he was still hit by the powerful attack. His body flew out and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Fart! Fang Chen was a bit pale. These people's combined attacks had actually managed to heavily injure him. Damn it! Fang Chen took out the jade pendant and prepared to crush it to use this trump card. However, at this moment, Fang Chen noticed that there was a hole in the formation. It must be caused by Zhu Shu's dazed state. Fang Chen found this loophole and used it to quickly disappear into the array formation. But Zhu Shu and the others were completely oblivious to this. They continued to attack the formation. After a long while, they were exhausted and finally stopped. Brother Zhu Shu, even if that brat had 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he would have died in the formation. Immortal Mo smiled. He's just trash. He only relied on his profound weapon to kill Ning Shuahan. Ju Shu wiped the sweat from his forehead and sneered. Brother Ju Shu, we've mobilized so many people. If we can't even deal with a minor character like this, then we'll be a joke, said Lu Ran. Beside Lu Ran, Bai Yangran also smiled. With so many of us attacking together, no matter how strong that brat is, he'll definitely die. But how should we split his things? Asked one of the geniuses. Ju Shu pondered for a moment and said, I've contributed the most in killing this brat. I only want the jade pendant. As for the profound weapon, you can all split it equally. How about it? After thinking about it, Ju Shu decided to take the jade pendant. Once the formation in the jade pendant was completed, its power would not be inferior to the profound weapon. He wanted to take the profound weapon as well, but the other geniuses definitely wouldn't agree. So he might as well give it up. Alright, then it's decided. The geniuses all agreed. Crash. Chapter 474. Their faces were full of smiles. They had thought that they would be able to obtain a dark weapon, but when the array disappeared, there was no one inside. He's gone. Lu Ran rubbed her eyes in disbelief, afraid that she had seen wrongly. Brother Ju Shu, where did he go? Bai Yangran asked. Even the immortal among demons looked at Ju Shu, his face full of astonishment. He was trapped in Brother Ju Shu's array. It's impossible for him to escape. How is that possible? Ju Shu's face was full of shock. He carefully sized up the empty ground in the array, unable to understand. What's going on? Ju Shu's heart was full of doubts. At this moment, his face was full of anger. Damn it, this kid is too tough. The immortal among demons said in a low voice. If I see him again, I'll definitely kill him. Lu Ran said angrily. The many second-tier young geniuses of Sky Array City had joined forces to encircle Fang Chen, but the latter had escaped. This made everyone furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, everyone returned to Sky Array City in low spirits. Fang Chen, who was covered in blood, hid in a secluded place in the mountain range, healing his injuries. 3 days later, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the aura around his body had obviously increased by a lot, and his temperament had also undergone a great change. I didn't expect to profit from a disaster and reach the second level of the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen's face revealed a cold smile. He had been encircled by so many geniuses and had almost died. Now, he had profited from a disaster and reached the second level of the condensing reality realm. His overall strength had increased. After adjusting his body slightly, Fang Chen turned and left. When Fang Chen left the mountain peak, a martialist suddenly appeared behind him. Hey, it seems that we are fated to meet. The martialist grinned. Fang Chen turned around and saw that the person who had come was the white-haired old man who had saved him in the heavenly ghost forest. Kid, I didn't expect to meet you here. The white-haired old man grinned. Fang Chen cupped his hands at the white-haired elder. The latter asked, have you thought about what I told you? Senior, may I ask how strong you are? Fang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. My strength. The white-haired elder laughed loudly and said, you wouldn't know even if I told you the details. Anyway, let's compare it to Sky Array City. No one in Sky Array City is my match. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Senior, I have a few enemies. They're all outstanding figures of the younger generation from the major powers of Heaven Array City. If I take you as my master, I wonder if I can take revenge. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, the white-haired elder knew that Fang Chen was worried about the revenge of those large factions. Don't worry. With me around, no one in Sky Array City will dare to touch you. The white-haired elder guaranteed. Is that true? Asked Fang Chen. The white-haired elder smiled and a wild aura enveloped Fang Chen. In that instant, Fang Chen felt like he was about to suffocate. Crash. The white-haired elder withdrew his aura. Fang Chen felt his qi and blood roil. He looked at the white-haired elder in shock. Now you should believe me, right? Asked the white-haired elder. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. Fang Chen once more appeared in Sky Array City. This time, He appeared openly. Accompanying Fang Chen was the white-haired elder. With the latter's support, Fang Chen could boldly slaughter as he pleased within Sky Array City. His heart was filled with killing intent for Jushu and the others. If he didn't kill them, he wouldn't be at ease. The news of Fang Chen's return to Sky Array City spread like wildfire. Countless martial artists gathered at the city gates. Fang Chen stood at the city gates. There was a lot of space here, enough for him to kill. Beside Fang Chen stood the white-haired elder. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Immediately, countless martial artists who were greedy for Fang Chen's profound weapon rushed over. Of course, even Jushu and the others came. Kid, you're really lucky. I let you escape last time. This time, you'll stay here, said Jushu coldly. As soon as Jushu finished speaking, a 5th-level condensing reality realm martial artist quickly attacked Fang Chen. This martial artist was a middle-aged man, also a rogue martial artist. Poochie. When Fang Chen saw this person attack, he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. He used the phantom sword art and directly pierced through the martial artist's chest, killing the enemy with 1 sword. Fang Chen's strength shocked many martial artists. Chen-ph, stop putting on an act. Let me take you on. An outstanding martial artist of Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation attacked. He had comprehended the concept of gold and was very strong. Phantom sword art. Fang Chen used the phantom sword art again. With 1 sword, Jin Xing died. Many martial artists of Mount Dazzling Gold were furious that Jin Xing had been killed by Fang Chen in 1 sword. Quickly inform the sect's higher-ups. A martial artist of Mount Dazzling Gold roared. 2 swords killed 2 people. This scene made countless martial artists retreat, not daring to step forward. Let me. Lu Ran attacked. His strength was much stronger than Jin Xing's. He attacked like lightning, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Poochie. A cold light flashed. Fang Chen used the phantom sword art once more. The hidden star sword was like a life reaper, instantly killing Lu Ran. What? Even Lu Ran is dead. Lu Ran's death made many martial artists cry out. Lu Ran was a peak expert of the 2nd tier of the younger generation. They hadn't expected that even he would die at the hands of this martial artist. It must be his profound weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lu Ran. Damn it. Kill him and take his profound weapon. Fang Chen's actions had completely infuriated Heavenly Array City's younger generation. After a short while, the higher-ups of Mount Dazzling Gold and the Pavilion Cloud Pavilion all arrived. Bastard, you dare kill my Mount Dazzling Gold's Jin Xing? You're courting death. The higher-ups of Mount Dazzling Gold were infuriated. The outstanding martial artist of the younger generation that they had nurtured with great difficulty had actually been killed in 1 sword strike. When they heard this news, they were infuriated. It wasn't just Mount Dazzling Gold. The Pavilion Cloud Pavilion's higher-ups were also infuriated. Lu Ran was an outstanding disciple of their Pavilion Cloud Pavilion, but he had died here. They wanted justice. A bunch of trash. You think you have the qualifications to be called outstanding? I'll help you clean up your sect so they don't occupy our resources. Fang Chen was incomparably arrogant. He wasn't the slightest bit afraid of them. Just at this moment, the Mortian Palace and the 9 Formation Pavilion's people also arrived. They had also heard what had happened at Heavenly Array City's gates. They were afraid that something had happened to their disciples. Who is it that dares cause trouble in Heavenly Array City? Berated the 9 Formation Pavilion's expert. A mere rogue cultivator dares to provoke our Heavenly Array City's various powers? He's truly courting death, said the Mortian Palace's expert sinisterly. For a moment, the various sects' experts were all trying to suppress Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He glanced at the white-haired elder behind him and then turned to look at the other sect's experts. Your sect's disciples wanted to steal my priceless treasure and almost killed me. As for me, I've come back for revenge. Fang Chen's voice was very loud. Jushu's expression had completely sunk. Brat, you're courting death. Jushu was about to attack, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. The 3 of you can come together, sneered Fang Chen. The three people Fang Chen was referring to were Zhu Shu, Mo Zhongxian, and Bai Yangran. Of the second-tier geniuses present, only those three remained after Fang Chen killed them. "Brother Zhu Shu, let's attack together and kill him," roared Mo Zhongxian. Just at this moment, one of the 9 formation pavilion's higher-ups spoke up. "Zhu Shu, since that's the case, the three of you can attack together and kill this person." Zhu Shu nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a top-grade Yuan tier formation appeared and Fang Chen was trapped within it. "Attack!" shouted Zhu Shu. The three of them joined hands and unleashed a fierce attack to kill Fang Chen. The white-haired elder smiled faintly when he saw this. His eyes flickered, and a trace of fluctuation appeared within the top-grade Yuan tier formation. In the next moment, Fang Chen sensed that there was a loophole in the formation. After discovering the loophole, Fang Chen sneered. Using the loophole, he charged out of the supreme grade origin rank formation and performed the Phantom Godsword technique. Swish. Chapter 475. The three geniuses were fighting Fang Chen, but Wang Yangran had been instantly killed by Fang Chen. This was a disgrace. Die. When Fang Chen killed Wang Yangran, Zhu Shu and Immortal Mo Zhu roared furiously. Their bodies emitted a wild aura. Joint attack formation. The two of them used a combination formation, which increased their offensive power several times over. Zhu Shu's hands were constantly forming hand seals. He was setting up a formation, while Immortal Mo Zhu Shu's body was filled with a wild, bloody aura as he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. As time passed, countless cultivators gathered at the city gates. Even some small sects' cultivators had arrived. At this moment, the upper echelons of the various powers were all paying attention to this battle. Especially Skyscraping Palace and 9 Formation Pavilion. As long as there was the slightest sign of trouble, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. This kid was too big of a threat. He had to be eliminated. Crash. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Shu had set up a formation that trapped Fang Chen. Zhu Shu exchanged a glance with Immortal Mo Zhu Shu, and Immortal Mo Zhu Shu once more used a combination formation. Seeing Zhu Shu set up a formation, the white-haired elder smiled faintly. A hole instantly appeared in the formation. "Bullying with numbers and setting up a formation," muttered the white-haired elder. At that moment, no one paid any attention to the white-haired elder. Everyone thought that the white-haired elder was just an ordinary warrior. No one would have thought that the white-haired elder was Fang Chen's backer. Fart. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and pierced through the formation. He instantly came out of the formation and used the illusion godsword art once more. A wild, illusory aura enveloped Immortal Mo Zhu Shu. No. The hidden star sword carried a valiant sword intent and directly pierced into the chest of the Immortal of Devils. The latter let out a miserable scream. Crack. Fang Chen's wrist twisted, and the hidden star sword rotated 180 degrees inside Immortal Mo Zhu Shu's body. Immortal Mo Zhu Shu's body instantly fell to the ground. This sudden scene infuriated the Skyscraping Palace's cultivators. "Brat, you're dead. No one can save you." The Skyscraping Palace's experts instantly unleashed their wild auras and joined the battle. However, at that moment, an even wilder aura stopped the Sky Mortian Palace's powerhouse. "H, this is a battle between the younger generation. Don't you think it's shameful for the older generation to interfere?" An indifferent voice rang out. The Mortian Palace's experts were horrified to find that they were unable to move. "Who is it?" The Mortian Palace's experts were all terrified. They looked around and shouted, "Which expert is it?" The Skyscraping Palace's experts' words were blocked. They didn't dare to be careless. "Too strong. He can easily stop us from the shadows," the many upper echelons of the Mortian Palace said with lingering fear. Fart. At that moment, Fang Chen wielded his long sword and took a step forward. He used the Phantom Sword technique. He pushed his sword to the extreme and stabbed out. Zhu Shu wanted to escape, but it was too late. The sword pierced through his head. Bang! Zhu Shu's body fell to the ground. Without the protection of the formation, he was unable to block Fang Chen's attack. The strongest second-tier genius of the younger generation, Zhu Shu, had died. Following Zhu Shu's death, The 9 Formation Pavilion's experts were all infuriated. They wanted to personally kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing on the ground with a long sword in his hand. His eyes were flickering and he was emitting a terrifying aura. "Are you satisfied?" The white-haired old man leisurely walked in front of Fang Chen and asked. "I'm very satisfied," said Fang Chen. The white-haired elder nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned his gaze to the 9 Formation Pavilion's experts. Crash! Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around the white-haired elder. Heaven and earth changed color. The 9 Formation Pavilion's experts were all shocked. The white-haired elder's aura was too powerful. It had definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. When did such a grand existence appear in Heavenly Array City? Cried the 9 Formation Pavilion's experts in horror. "Now, do you still want to kill him?" asked the white-haired elder. The upper echelons of the various factions lowered their heads as they pondered. After a long while, a helpless expression appeared on their faces. With the white-haired elder present, how could they dare attack Fang Chen? "Senior, my 9 Formation Pavilion gives up," said the 9 Formation Pavilion's leader. "My Mount Dazzling Gold gives up. My Mortian Palace also gives up." The many factions that were furious and wanted to avenge the death of their outstanding disciples lowered their heads at this moment. The white-haired elder was too powerful and they did not dare to attack rashly. The white-haired elder nodded. He turned to Fang Chen and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Fang Chen didn't say anything. The white-haired elder continued, "Let's go. I'll take you to a place." After saying that, the white-haired elder brought Fang Chen into the depths of Heavenly Array City. Seeing Fang Chen leave with the white-haired elder, the various experts shook their heads. "Pavilion Master, could it be that Ju Shu died for nothing?" asked an elder. The 9 Formation Pavilion's Pavilion Master pondered for a moment. "With that mysterious expert present, what can we do?" "Pavilion Master, Ju Shu is one of the peak experts of our 9 Formation Pavilion's younger generation. We must take revenge for him," said an elder. The 9 Formation Pavilion's Pavilion Master looked around. Then he said to the various experts, "Everyone, I'm sure you all feel a trace of unwillingness in your hearts. Why don't you come to my 9 Formation Pavilion and we can discuss this?" "All right, let's discuss this." "Jin Kang cannot die for nothing," said a Mount Dazzling Gold's expert. "That's right. An immortal amongst demons cannot die for nothing. He must pay the price," said a Mortian Palace's expert. For a moment, the entire Heavenly Array City was filled with news of Fang Chen killing geniuses with his sword. He had killed several second-tier geniuses by himself. This matter shocked the entire Heavenly Array City. Of course, the most shocking thing was the mysterious elder behind Fang Chen. He had actually made the 9 Formation Pavilion and the other powers lower their heads. That was enough to show how powerful that mysterious elder was. Although everyone in Heavenly Array City was talking about Fang Chen, he had already followed the white-haired elder to the number 1 power in Heavenly Array City, the Ling Formation Mountain. The Ling Formation Mountain was the number 1 power in Heavenly Array City. It was an extremely large sect. All the disciples in the sect were formation geniuses. "Master, why did you bring me here?" asked Fang Chen curiously. "To borrow this place," said the white-haired elder as he brought Fang Chen into the range of the Ling Formation Mountain. In the next instant, the white-haired elder and Fang Chen silently appeared in a study room. At this moment, a middle-aged man was reading in a certain study room of the Ling Formation Mountain. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation in the air. His expression changed slightly and he instantly raised his head. He saw Fang Chen and the mysterious elder. "Who are you?" asked the middle-aged man coldly. "Mountain Master, I've come here to borrow a courtyard of your Ling Formation Mountain." "Is that possible?" asked the white-haired elder with a smile. "Temph, where do you think our Ling Formation Mountain is? You think you can come and go as you please? You even want to borrow our treasured land," said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain coldly. The white-haired elder didn't say anything. He only erupted with a powerful aura that instantly swept through the entire study room. The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain was stunned and his expression changed. "This aura. The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. He could clearly feel that this aura definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. Senior, why do you want to borrow my Ling Formation Mountain's treasured land? The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain instantly revealed a trace of a smile as he asked. I want to teach my disciple, said the white-haired elder as he pointed at Fang Chen. All right. Not to mention 1 courtyard, even 10 courtyards are fine, said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain with a smile. Soon after, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain arranged an independent courtyard for Fang Chen and the white-haired elder to live in. At this moment, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain also received the news. Today, at the entrance of the Sky Array City, a youth wielding a sword had killed geniuses. He had killed many geniuses of the 2nd tier in one breath, causing the various large forces to be furious. However, when the white-haired elder appeared in the end, all the forces lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. Could it be them? The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain thought inwardly. If that's the case, then this kid's strength is also very strong. He fought against the geniuses of the 2nd tier in the Sky Array City alone, said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain thoughtfully. Soon after, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain made a decision, and that was to befriend the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder's strength had definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. He wasn't someone he could compare to. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? In one of the courtyards of the Ling Formation Mountain, Fang Chen and the white-haired elder sat on a stone bench. Fang Chen, you're still too weak, said the white-haired elder. Fang Chen nodded. If he was strong enough, then he wouldn't need the support of the white-haired elder today. He could intimidate all the large forces by himself. I can't stay in the southern mountain land for long. So, I'll borrow your Ling Formation Mountain's place to teach you arrays for a few months. You have to learn well, said the white-haired elder. I will, said Fang Chen. If he could raise the level of his arrays, then he would be able to easily deal with those who were stronger than him. However, at this moment, Fang Chen took out the jade pendant and asked, Master, can you repair the arrays in this jade pendant? The white-haired elder took the jade pendant and carefully observed it. Then, he said, Kid, you have quite a lot of good stuff. This jade pendant contains a profound level array. Once it's activated, it's very powerful. However, this array is incomplete. Crash. The white-haired elder's wrist shook. Suddenly, a greyish aura entered the jade pendant. Then, the white-haired elder handed the jade pendant to Fang Chen and said, It's already repaired. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He looked at the white-haired elder with a complicated expression. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 476. Don't use this jade pendant carelessly. It can be considered as your trump card. It can save your life if you encounter danger. The white-haired old man said. Fang Chen had once asked the white-haired old man for his name, but the old man did not tell Fang Chen. He said that Fang Chen would know in the future. Array Grandmaster. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. To think that his master was an array Grandmaster, that was way too amazing. In the following time, Fang Chen wholeheartedly followed the white-haired old man to learn about arrays. Ever since the white-haired old man arrived, the Mountain Lord of the Spiritual Array Mountain specially issued an order. That was, all the disciples were not to go near the courtyard, and they were not to disturb the warriors in the courtyard. This order puzzled many of the disciples. Some of them even raised their doubts, but they did not get an answer. Of course, there were also some disciples who were observing. What kind of warriors lived in this courtyard? Why did the Mountain Lord value them so much? Despite the chaos in the outside world, Fang Chen quietly studied the Tao of array formations. After a month, Fang Chen was able to easily arrange a superior grade mortal level array. This made the white-haired old man very happy. Fang Chen's talent in arrays was much stronger than his talent in martial arts. Not bad. Now that you can arrange a superior grade mortal level array, it won't be long before you can arrange an origin grade array. The white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. Because of the white-haired old man's guidance and his understanding of arrays, Fang Chen learned very quickly. Some arrays were often strange and could be arranged with a different method. Even the white-haired old man could not help but praise Fang Chen. Just like this, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In half a year, Fang Chen did not take a step out of the spiritual array mountain. He had been learning arrays from the white-haired old man. In this half a year, he had also gained a lot. While learning arrays, his cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the third level of the condensing reality realm. Moreover, his state of mind had also improved greatly. As for array formations, Fang Chen could already easily set up a supreme-grade origin array formation. Compared to a Flame Grandmaster, there was not much of a difference. The current Fang Chen was already a true array Grandmaster. Furthermore, the supreme-grade origin rank array formations that Fang Chen had set up were comparable to spirit rank array formations. Fang Chen, your potential is much greater than I imagined. I'm very satisfied with the past half year. The white-haired elder said with satisfaction when he saw Fang Chen set up a formation. It was all taught by Master, Fang Chen said with a smile. Although he hadn't fought anyone in the past 6 months, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. Fang Chen, you'll have to walk the rest of the path on your own. I have some matters to attend to, so I have to leave. Originally, I wanted to bring you with me. However, after thinking about it carefully, experts are forged through the tempering of life and death. Thus, I will not bring you with me, said the white-haired old man. Master, will we meet again? Fang Chen asked. We definitely will, said the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man left, leaving Fang Chen alone. This was the first time Fang Chen had left the courtyard in the past 6 months. He had only just left the courtyard when he was discovered by the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain. Many disciples instantly gathered here. Brat, you're the one who lived here and didn't let us approach, directly questioned a disciple when he saw Fang Chen. That's right, said Fang Chen. Brat, you're quite capable. You actually have such special privileges in my Spirit Array Mountain. I just don't know if your strength matches your special privileges, sneered the burly disciple. Won't you know if you try, said Fang Chen. You're courting death, snorted the disciple. With a wave of his hand, a formation was set up, and Fang Chen was caught within it. You still want to escape after being caught in my formation? Seeing Fang Chen fall into his formation, the burly man sneered and prepared to attack Fang Chen. However, the formation he had set up suddenly shattered, and Fang Chen appeared in front of him. This kind of trashy formation? Fang Chen smiled indifferently. The formation the burly man had set up was a Yuan tier formation. However, it was the lowest level of Yuan tier formation. In Fang Chen's eyes, it was indeed a trashy formation. Furthermore, the Yuan tier formation the burly man had set up had several loopholes. Fang Chen took advantage of the loopholes and instantly broke the formation. Seeing this, the burly man's expression changed. He angrily roared, "Without this formation, I'll still defeat you." Bang! Following the burly man's roar, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that Fang Chen was quietly standing in his original spot, not moving at all. As for the burly man's body, he was sent flying. He fell to the ground, causing the floor to crack. Heavens! He defeated Wang Ling with one strike. That's too powerful. In an instant, the news of Fang Chen defeating Wang Ling spread throughout the entire spiritual array mountain. Many powerful disciples were in the process of rushing over. Fang Chen did not leave. He wanted to test the results of his half a year of hard work. Soon, the top 10 disciples of the younger generation of the spiritual array mountain had all arrived. They glared at Fang Chen like a tiger eyeing its prey. "Kid, you dare to cause trouble in the spiritual array mountain?" A disciple questioned in a deep voice. Fang Chen looked around at the crowd. The spiritual array mountain was comparable to the Baron sect in the water-leaning city. The top 10 disciples of the spiritual array mountain were equivalent to the core disciples of the Baron sect. If it was before, Fang Chen would naturally not be their opponent. However, with his current strength combined with the formation, he was not even afraid of a 6th-stage condensing reality realm martial artist. "It seems like he was the one who came looking for trouble with me first," Fang Chen said. "Senior brother Wu, he's too arrogant. He doesn't put us, the the disciples of the spiritual array mountain, in his eyes. "You have to help us," a disciple shouted. Wu Ling's face was gloomy. As one of the top 10 disciples of the spiritual array mountain, he naturally had to take action when a disciple of the sect was hurt. Moreover, for the past half a year, the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain had ordered that no one was allowed to go near the courtyard. This caused many disciples to be dissatisfied. Now that Fang Chen had come out, they naturally had to make things difficult for him. At this moment, in a hidden place, the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain was watching everything. It seems like that almighty person did not appear. Let's just leave the duel between the younger generation to them, the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain said with a smile. At this moment, Fang Chen and Wu Ling had already started their battle. Wu Ling and Fang Chen set up a formation at the same time. Although Fang Chen's formation was a top-grade Yuan level formation, its power was comparable to a spirit level formation. Wu Ling's formation was clearly weaker than Fang Chen's. Crack! Wu Ling's formation was the first to break. It immediately shattered, and Wu Ling was trapped in Fang Chen's formation. Damn it! Wu Ling roared. Immediately, a wild aura burst out from his body. He wanted to block Fang Chen's attack. The third level of the Phantom Sword Art. In the past half a year, Fang Chen had trained the Phantom Sword Art to the third level. Coupled with his peak third condensing reality realm cultivation, even if Wu Ling was an early sixth condensing reality realm warrior, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. Swoosh! The Phantom Sword Art created countless illusory swords. These illusory swords were extremely powerful. When they hit Wu Ling's body, Wu Ling instantly lost his ability to fight. Bang! Wu Ling's body fell to the ground and he fainted. Senior brother Wu Ling. Many disciples hurriedly helped Wu Ling up and shouted. Seeing Wu Ling fall into a coma, the top 10 disciples finally started to take Fang Chen seriously. Being able to defeat Wu Ling means that your strength is enough to be ranked first among the younger generation of the Sky Array City. Ding Chuan squinted his eyes and said. Ding Chuan was the strongest among the younger generation of the spiritual array mountain. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6th condensing reality realm. He was only one step away from the 7th condensing reality realm. So what? Fang Chen said. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, I won't make it difficult for you. Ding Chuan said. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then said, 10 moves? That's too troublesome. How about this? If I can't defeat you in 10 moves, then I lose. Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the crowd went into an uproar. Countless warriors looked at Fang Chen in shock. They thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant. Kid, you are too arrogant. You will regret what you said. How dare you talk to our senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan like that? Are you looking for death? Senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan is the strongest among the younger generation of the Sky Array City. No one in the younger generation dares to challenge senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan. How dare you say that you can defeat him in 10 moves? Arrogant, too arrogant. Many disciples sneered. The faces of the top 10 disciples changed slightly. There was a hint of displeasure between their brows. Originally, they saw that Fang Chen's strength was not bad and wanted to befriend him. However, Fang Chen actually said that he would defeat Ding Chuan within 10 moves. Even a 7th condensing reality realm warrior wouldn't dare to say that to Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan sneered and said, "You are stupid. Do you know that? Stupid or not, it's not up to you to decide." Fang Chen said. His cultivation was at the 3rd condensing reality realm, and his phantom sword art was at the 3rd level. He was invincible among the 6th condensing reality realm warriors. At this moment, the leader of the spiritual array mountain, who was hiding in the dark, squinted his eyes and laughed. This kid was interesting. Is he talking nonsense, or can he really do it? The leader of the spiritual array mountain said faintly. Thinking about the mysterious old man behind him, the leader of the spiritual array mountain, he felt that this kid was not talking nonsense. He was even a little curious about whether this kid could defeat Ding Chuan in 10 moves. If you can really defeat Ding Chuan in 10 moves, I will definitely find a way to take you into the spiritual array mountain. The leader of the spiritual array mountain said to himself. At this moment, the top 10 disciples were staring at Fang Chen furiously. Kid, you are looking for death. You can't blame others. That's right. Only you would dare to say that you can defeat senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan in 10 moves. Chapter 477. At this moment, Ding Chuan stood in the crowd with an indifferent smile on his face. He was laughing at Fang Chen for being too arrogant, and also laughing at Fang Chen for being too weak. Reading novels. The top 10 disciples had disdainful smiles on their faces. They thought that Fang Chen was hitting a rock with an egg. Ding Chuan was the strongest among the younger generation of the spiritual array mountain. Not to mention that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of condensing reality realm, he had also become an array grandmaster at a young age. That's right, you didn't see wrong. He was an array grandmaster. Although Ding Chuan was a newly promoted array grandmaster, no one dared to underestimate his strength. Even the mountain lord of the spiritual array mountain had high hopes for Ding Chuan. 10 moves. The indifferent smile on Ding Chuan's face finally disappeared. This was a blatant provocation. An unknown little guy actually dared to provoke him, Ding Chuan. If I can't defeat you in 10 moves, I will never find trouble with you again. Ding Chuan said in a deep voice. All right. Fang Chen nodded. The hidden star sword in his hand let out a sword cry. In the next moment, Fang Chen's wrist shook and instantly set up an origin level array. Seeing Fang Chen set up an origin level array, Ding Chuan was not moved at all. He even revealed a wild smile on his face. Origin level array? Ding Chuan muttered to himself, I'll let you see what a real array is. As soon as Ding Chuan finished speaking, he suddenly shook his wrist. Suddenly, countless spiritual stones appeared in the sky. These spiritual stones contained boundless spiritual energy. Crash. Like a goddess scattering flowers, Ding Chuan controlled these spiritual stones and used them as the base of the array. In an instant, he set up a majestic array. After the array was set up, it instantly rushed out with an extremely wild aura. The most shocking thing was that when Ding Chuan set up the array, Fang Chen's origin level array actually broke by itself. This situation caused Fang Chen to be startled. An array grandmaster? Fang Chen looked around. He had fallen into a terrifying array formation. This array formation was even stronger than the fog array formation he had encountered before. This array formation was obviously a spirit-grade array formation. Although it wasn't considered powerful among spirit-grade array formations, it was considered very powerful for Fang Chen, an array formation master. Fang Chen carefully looked at this spirit-grade array formation, and some memories of the array formation's comprehension appeared in his mind. At this moment, Ding Chuan's voice was transmitted into the array formation. Kid, if you admit defeat now, you can still lose with dignity, Ding Chuan said in a low voice. Ding Chuan believed that Fang Chen would not be able to withstand a single blow from his spirit-restricting array. At that moment, the mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain, who was hiding in the dark, smiled when he saw Ding Chuan setting up the ceiling spirit array. This kid, Ding Chuan, has not wasted my efforts in nurturing him. He has just advanced to an array formation grandmaster, yet he can actually set up a ceiling spirit array. The mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain was very happy. The ceiling spirit array was a beginner spirit grade array formation. It had a special characteristic, which was that martialists who fell into the ceiling spirit array would not be able to use the spirit chi within their bodies. The most important thing for a martialist was spirit chi. Once one was unable to use spirit chi, one would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, many array formation grandmasters or array formation grandmasters liked to use ceiling spirit arrays for this reason. Of course, the ceiling spirit array set up by an array formation grandmaster was even more powerful. It was simply not something Ding Chuan could compare to. Fang Chen did not respond to Ding Chuan's words. At the moment, his mind was filled with the memories of the array formation comprehension book. Fang Chen had been studying array formation with the white-haired old man for half a year. He had already thoroughly familiarized himself with the array formation comprehension book that he had obtained back then. This book had recorded a lot of the Almighty's array formation comprehension book when he had been young. Among these comprehensions, there was a description of the sealing spirit array. The sealing spirit array set up by ordinary people has a certain loophole. As long as the loophole is exploited, the sealing spirit array is no longer scary. This was what was recorded in the array formation comprehension book. In the beginning, Fang Chen was a little panicked when he was trapped in the sealing spirit array and realized that he was unable to use spirit chi. However, when he learned that this was a sealing spirit array, he instantly relaxed. At the moment, his mind was filled with memories. After a long time, Fang Chen began to search for the loophole in the sealing spirit array. After a while, Fang Chen found the loophole in the sealing spirit array according to the records in the array formation comprehension book. Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword directly pierced the loophole in the sealing spirit array. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared within the sealing spirit array. Immediately after, the sealing spirit array's effect disappeared. As expected, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles when he saw this. It was also at this moment that Ding Chuan entered the sealing spirit array. He did not even notice the changes in the sealing spirit array. Holding the war saber in his hand, he directly launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Limitless saber. Ding Chuan growled, and the war saber in his hand drew a strange trajectory. In an instant, it turned into countless saber lights and slashed on Fang Chen's body. The third level of the phantom sword technique. Naturally, Fang Chen would not sit still and wait for his death. He instantly displayed the third level of the phantom sword technique to block the attack. Resistance is meaningless within the sealing spirit array. Ding Chuan growled, and controlled the war saber to slash at Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword heavily collided with Ding Chuan's war saber. With a cracking sound, Ding Chuan's war saber actually broke in an instant during the fierce collision. Ding Chuan felt a gravitational force coming from the broken war saber, causing his body to fly out uncontrollably. How is this possible? At this moment, Ding Chuan did not even care about the broken war saber. Instead, he was shocked that Fang Chen could use spirit chi within the sealing spirit array. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ding Chuan's body flew out, and he yelled in disbelief. However, this could not cover up what happened just now. When his body fell to the ground, the sealing spirit array instantly disappeared, and Fang Chen quietly stood on the ground. Many disciples originally thought that Fang Chen would definitely lose after being trapped in the sealing spirit array. However, the result was out of their expectations. Senior brother Ding Chuan was sent flying, and his war saber was also broken. How is this possible? How is this kid so strong? Being trapped in the sealing spirit array and unable to use spirit chi, how is he a match for senior brother Ding Chuan? Could it be that the sealing spirit array is immune to him? At this moment, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked, and even the top 10 disciples were looking at each other. The spiritual array mountain's mountain lord, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked for a long time. After a long time, the spiritual array mountain's mountain lord's eyes flickered, and he said, "This kid's potential is too strong. We must keep him here." Ding Chuan slowly crawled up from the ground. He glanced at his broken saber, and then looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. "Do you still want to fight?" asked Fang Chen. Ding Chuan thought for a moment before shaking his head. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He threw away his broken saber and cupped his hands to Fang Chen. "From today onwards, I, Ding Chuan, will no longer make things difficult for you." Ding Chuan was someone who could afford to lose and let go of things. He would naturally honor his words. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. Furthermore, he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. "Can you tell me how you were able to use spirit chi within the sealing spirit array?" Ding Chuan humbly asked for guidance. Fang Chen nodded slightly. This wasn't a secret, so he directly told Ding Chuan, "The sealing spirit array you set up had a bit of a loophole, and I just happened to use that loophole to make it ineffective against me. So that's what it was." Ding Chuan nodded. Although he didn't know what loophole there was in the sealing spirit array, at least he knew the reason for his failure. At this moment, Ding Chuan was filled with admiration for Fang Chen. Even without the sealing spirit array, he still wouldn't be Fang Chen's match in a one-on-one fight. If his guess wasn't wrong, the weapon in Fang Chen's hand should be a profound armament. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to break his top-grade spirit artifact saber in one strike. Thinking of that, Ding Chuan nodded heavily at Fang Chen. "Thank you for showing mercy." Fang Chen grinned. He didn't say anything and prepared to leave. At this moment, not a single person dared to stop Fang Chen. His strength had been acknowledged by all the disciples. Even the publicly acknowledged strongest disciple of Spiritual Array Mountain, Ding Chuan, wasn't his match. Could anyone else stop Fang Chen? Seeing that Fang Chen was about to leave, the disciples in the plaza all opened up a path for Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Fang Chen, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain appeared with a smile on his face. Many disciples cupped their hands and greeted the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain. Fang Chen also turned around and looked at the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain. "Oh, I don't know what the Mountain Lord wants." To be able to call out his name, it seemed that the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain had investigated him. "Fang Chen, half a year ago, you killed many second-tier geniuses. They hate you to the core. If you go out like this, you will definitely be surrounded by them. With your strength alone, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for those great sects," the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain said thoughtfully. "Although I'm not a match for them, they might not be able to stop me." Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he said, "Fang Chen, I hope that you can join the Spiritual Array Mountain. You are a genius in the Tao of Arrays. If you can join the Spiritual Array Mountain, I will spare no effort to nurture you," the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain said bluntly. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Soon after, he shook his head and said, "Half a year ago, I left the Baron sect." Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Fang Chen's words. They never thought that Fang Chen had already become a disciple of the Baron sect half a year ago. The Baron sect was a sect on the same level as the Spiritual Array Mountain. They were both peak 2-star sects. Yet, Fang Chen had actually taken the initiative to leave the Baron sect. Even the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain was stunned. However, he immediately smiled and said, "Fang Chen, when I said that you would join the Spiritual Array Mountain, it's not for a long time. It's only for a short period of time. In a month, the Spiritual Array Mountain will represent the Sky Array City and have an exchange with the younger generation of the nearby Tianshui City. This exchange is to compete for a spot in the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond. If you can represent our Spiritual Array Mountain to participate, I can give you a spot in the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond." Chapter 478. The Mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond. When Fang Chen heard those words, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Fang Chen was interested in the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond, the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord grinned and said, "Fang Chen, in a strange realm not far from our Sky Array City and Sky Water City, there's an immortal pond called the Mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond. Within the Mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond, there's mysterious yellow water. This mysterious yellow water is produced by the will of the earth, and it's extremely useful to cultivators. Ever since we found the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond, Sky Water City and Sky Array City have been fighting over it. Because of the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond, there's been a lot of fighting between the two cities. In the end, we've come to an agreement that the younger generation will compete to determine the quota for the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond," said the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord. "In another month, it'll be the annual mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond battle. Last year, because Ding Chuan was in seclusion, our Sky Array City lost the battle. In the end, the quota for the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond was obtained by Sky Water City. Our Sky Array City only has a few spots. This year, we don't want to repeat the same mistake," continued the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord. After listening to the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord's explanation, Fang Chen understood that the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond was a holy land for cultivation. The two cities were fighting over the right to control the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond, as well as the quota. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the Spirit Array Mountain's mountain lord had a bad feeling. He continued, "Of course, the mysterious yellow immortal pond isn't just a holy land for cultivation." "Oh, what's so special about it?" asked Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I don't know if you've heard of it. In the ancient era, when the Yellow Spring sect didn't even exist, an overlord force appeared in the southern mountain range." "No, to be exact, it was just a small branch of an overlord force," said the Spirit Array Mountain's mountain lord with a solemn expression. "You're talking about the heaven-raising gate?" Fang Chen's face was filled with shock as he hurriedly asked. The Spirit Array Mountain's mountain lord nodded heavily and said, "Heaven-raising sect." At that time, a branch of the heaven-raising sect appeared in the southern mountain range. As for what kind of existence the heaven-raising sect was, I'm sure you know. At this moment, Fang Heaven-raising sect was heaven-raising sect. Could it be that the mysterious yellow immortal pond was the heaven-raising heaven sect? In ancient times, the heaven-raising sect was an extremely powerful sect. It was said that a branch of the heaven-raising sect easily became an overlord in the southern mountain land. A sect was a sect. Sect. Ping. Sect. In any case, there were countless legends regarding the heaven-raising gate. As for which one was true, Fang Chen wasn't sure. However, there was one thing that could not be denied. The terrifying thing about the heaven-raising gate was that they could nurture Dharma idols. That's right, nurturing the Dharma idol. Imagine if a condensing reality realm cultivator could nurture their own Dharma idol and make it stronger. How terrifying would that be? You're saying that the mysterious yellow immortal pond is related to the heaven-raising sect? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The Spirit Array Mountain's mountain lord nodded and said, "The reason why our two cities are fighting for control of the mysterious yellow immortal pond is to explore the secrets of the heaven-raising sect. It's said that the mysterious yellow immortal pond contains some secrets about the heaven-raising sect's branch sect. If we can obtain it, we might be able to find the old site of the heaven-raising sect. However, after so many years, our two cities still have no clue," said the Spirit Array Mountain's mountain lord. Fang Chen tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart and said, "Okay, I promise you." He was just representing the Spirit Array Mountain to participate in the mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. This was nothing to Fang Chen. What really attracted Fang Chen was that the mysterious yellow immortal pond might contain the secrets of the heaven-raising sect. That was a fatal attraction. Seeing that Fang Chen had agreed, the Spirit Array Mountain's mountain lord revealed a smile. "All right, with you around, our chances of winning this time will greatly increase." The mountain lord of Ling Array Mountain grinned. When the news that Fang Chen had temporarily become a disciple of the Spirit Array Mountain spread throughout the entire Sky Array city, the various forces led by the 9 Array Pavilion were furious. However, with the Spirit Array Mountain backing Fang Chen, they didn't dare to voice their anger. Although they didn't dare to voice their anger, they continued to spread rumors behind their backs. They said that Fang Chen had only become a disciple of the Spirit Array Mountain through the back door and even had to participate in the annual mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. At first, this news only spread within a small area. However, in less than 3 days, the entire Sky Array city was discussing this matter. All the martialists were berating Fang Chen, believing that Fang Chen didn't have the qualifications to represent the Sky Array city in the mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. At first, the Spirit Array Mountain didn't pay any attention to this matter. However, as the matter intensified, the various large sects actually joined forces to protest against the Spirit Array Mountain. At this time, the Spirit Array Mountain couldn't sit still any longer. They immediately called for a grand competition among the younger generation of the Sky Array city. Of course, the purpose of this disciple competition was to let everyone witness Fang Chen's true strength. The grand competition would be held today. At a certain large square in the Sky Array city, the disciples of the Spirit Array Mountain had already arrived. They were resting in the resting area of the Spirit Array Mountain. Many martialists had come early in the morning to watch. The entire square was filled with people. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold arrived. When they saw Fang Chen, their faces were filled with anger. However, because of the Spirit Array Mountain, They didn't dare fly into a rage. Fang Chen, just you wait. You will die miserably, the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold said coldly. Mortian Palace was the next to arrive, followed by 9 Matrix Pavilion. Many cultivators from Lu Yun Pavilion also arrived. They all had a common enemy, and that was Fang Chen. Everyone, since everyone is here, let's begin the Disciples' Grand Competition. The Mountain Master of Ling Array Mountain grinned. Among the various factions present, the Spirit Array Mountain was the strongest. However, there were many other factions in the Sky Array City. The Spirit Array Mountain couldn't be the absolute overlord. As the Mountain Master of the Spirit Array Mountain spoke, Fang Chen was the first to step onto the stage. He looked around at the various large sects and said, "The Spirit Array Mountain has only sent me. If you think that I don't have the qualifications to participate in the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond battle, then feel free to send someone up." The various factions became even more furious when they heard Fang Chen's words. The first to be unable to hold back were the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold. "Jin Lan, you go," said the Mountain Master icily. As soon as he finished speaking, a lady in golden clothes ascended the stage. There was a murderous look in her eyes. Although she hid it well, Fang Chen still managed to catch it. Jin Lan was a disciple of the Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation who was second only to Jin Heng. In the past, she had always been suppressed by Jin Heng. However, half a year ago, after Jin Heng's death, the Mount Dazzling Gold had gone all out to nurture Jin Lan. In this short period of time, Jin Lan's strength had surpassed Jin Heng's and she had become a new expert of the Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation. "Spirit Mountain Master, should we restrict the use of formations in this competition?" asked the Mount Dazzling Gold's Mountain Master suddenly. The Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes. The upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold were all smiles when they heard the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master agree. At the same time, they were even more certain that Jin Lan would definitely be able to kill Fang Chen. "Mountain Master, may I ask if we can kill people in this competition?" asked Fang Chen suddenly. "There are no restrictions in this competition. If you're not as strong as others and get killed, you can't blame anyone. Don't you all agree?" asked the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master as he looked at the leaders of the other sects. Those leaders all nodded. With the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master's words, they weren't afraid of the Spirit Array Mountain's retaliation if they killed Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. He looked at Jin Lan and said, "You're not my match. I don't want to attack a girl. You should step down. Let another man come up." Jin Lan sneered when she heard Fang Chen's words. "Fang Chen, you are my Mount Dazzling Gold's enemy. Today, I, Jin Lan, will personally kill my enemy. Since that's the case." Fang Chen shook his head and said softly, "Watch this." Jin Lan shouted in a low voice. Golden light instantly appeared around her body. The dense golden light made Jin Lan's aura become incomparably wild. The second minor realm of the concept of metal. The concept of metal was known for its toughness. Using the concept of metal could instantly increase a martial artist's combat power. Even Jin Kongming hadn't been able to cultivate the concept of metal to such a high level in the past. It seemed Mount Dazzling Gold had really invested a lot. But wasn't this more interesting? Killing their so-called genius would make them feel heartache. Illusion God Sword Art. Fang Chen used the third level of the Illusion God Sword Art. A wild sword intent instantly poured into the Hidden Star Sword. In the next moment, the Hidden Star Sword erupted with a wild aura. Whoosh! Under Fang Chen's control, the Hidden Star Sword directly smashed into Jin Lan's palm. The golden light was crazily absorbed by the Hidden Star Sword. Jin Lan's expression changed. She felt the concept of metal within her body crazily pour into her opponent's sword. What's going on? Jin Lan was shocked. She was actually unable to control the concept of metal. Break! Jin Lan shouted and clenched her hand into a fist. The concept of metal forcefully condensed in her fist. She then sent a punch at Fang Chen. "I've been waiting for you." When Fang Chen saw Jin Lan attacking him, he instantly raised the Hidden Star Sword and pierced it towards Jin Lan's fist. At this moment, an extremely dense concept of metal appeared on the tip of the hidden star sword. How is this possible? Jin Lan cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword cut through Jin Lan's fist like cutting through tofu. Then, the hidden star sword pierced into Jin Lan's body like a spear. Pucha Jin Lan's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were filled with terror as she vomited blood. No. On the martial stage, this sudden scene caused the experts of Mount Dazzling Gold to be stunned. Soon after, they let out furious roars. Bang! Jin Lan's body softly fell to the ground. Although the opponent was a woman, Fang Chen would never be lenient to those who wanted to kill him. Chapter 479. The number one expert of Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation, an elite that the entire sect had nurtured, had fallen at the hands of Fang Chen just like that. The upper echelons of Mount Dazzling Gold could no longer sit still. Brat, you're courting death. The Mount Dazzling Gold's mountain master roared furiously. The other elders also stood up, preparing to attack Fang Chen. However, how could the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain sit by and watch? Everyone, I've already said this before. There are no restrictions in this battle. It's a competition between disciples. Could it be that you, the older generation, want to take action as well? Said the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain. Mountain master, don't be rash. Some elders of Mount Dazzling Gold stopped the mountain master. After a long while, the experts of Mount Dazzling Gold finally calmed down. Their eyes were filled with fury, but they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking because the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain was present. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Asked Fang Chen as he glanced at the Cloud Pavilion, Nine Formation Pavilion and Mortian Palace. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the few great sects. My Cloud Pavilion doesn't believe that you're that strong. Lu Hong, the strongest expert of the younger generation that the Cloud Pavilion had nurtured, said coldly. The three of you, come at me together. His tone was the same as half a year ago. However, those words had successfully angered the three of them. Brat, you're courting death. In the past 6 months, the major sects had been doing their best to nurture the best of the younger generation. Although Gold Dazzling Gold's Jin Lan had fallen, the younger generation of Lu Yun Pavilion, Nine Array Pavilion and Mortian Palace believed that Fang Chen's strength was only slightly stronger than Jin Lan's. Lu Hong, Ju Wu and Mo Wanqing were furious when they heard Fang Chen's words. They instantly stepped onto the martial stage. The eyes of many cultivators lit up when they saw this scene. Half a year ago, Fang Chen had used his sword to kill geniuses. He had single-handedly suppressed all the second-tier geniuses. Today, half a year later, he once again fought 1 against 3 and prepared to fight against the 3 geniuses. This Fang Chen is really courageous. He actually dares to challenge all 3 of them at the same time. Many disciples on the square were discussing spiritedly. The Mountain Lord of the Spirit Array Mountain had never expected that the grand competition between the disciples of Sky Array City would end up like this. However, since Fang Chen had done this, he might as well let him do as he pleased. Lu Hong's face was cold as he looked at Fang Chen and said, Brat, half a year ago, Senior Lu Ran died in your hands. Today, I will avenge him. Lad, even though you were able to kill Senior Brother Ju Shu, my strength has long surpassed Senior Brother Ju Shu in this half a year's time. Today, only death awaits you. Ju Wu sneered. Monster of Devils had a sinister smile on his face. He didn't say anything, but his expression told everyone that he wanted Fang Chen dead. The 3 second-rank geniuses had joined hands to fight Fang Chen, yet the latter didn't seem to be afraid at all. Are you all done? Fang Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked. Boom. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly burst out. In this half a year, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of level 3 condensing reality realm. His phantom sword art had also reached the 3rd level. At this moment, he directly released his golden giant Dharma idol. The moment the golden giant Dharma idol appeared, the entire martial arts arena was instantly enveloped by a wild sword intent. Even the Mountain Lord of the Spirit Array Mountain was a little shocked when he saw the golden giant Dharma idol. This Dharma idol, the mountain lord of the Spirit Array Mountain actually felt a dangerous aura from the golden giant Dharma idol. Seeing Fang Chen release his Dharma idol, Lu Hong and the other two also released their own Dharma idols. The Dharma idols appeared above their heads, and suddenly, a wild aura soared into the sky. "Lad, go to hell." Lu Hong was the first to attack. He was very eager to kill Fang Chen. Ju Wu and Monster of Devils attacked Fang Chen from the left and right. Phantom Sword Art, 3rd level. Fang Chen displayed the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. A wild aura burst out from the golden giant Dharma idol and instantly rushed into the hidden star sword. Crack! The hidden star sword fiercely collided with Lu Hong's long spear. With a crack, the long spear broke. Lu Hong did not have time to dodge and was directly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Lu Hong, the leader of the younger generation of Lu Yun Pavilion, had fallen. Lu Hong had fallen in a single blow, which shocked countless warriors. How is it possible? How can he be so strong? His Dharma idol made my heart palpitate. In the arena, many warriors exclaimed. Seeing Lu Hong die, Monster of Devils and Ju Wu's faces were also filled with shock. Then, the two of them attacked Fang Chen from the left and right. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the extreme. He used the golden giant Dharma idol to display the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. At this moment, Fang Chen's battle power had reached its peak. Even if Fang Chen was facing a 7th condensing reality realm warrior, he could still fight with them, let alone Monster of Devils and Ju Wu. "You're courting death." Seeing Ju Wu and Monster of Devils attacking from the left and right, Fang Chen growled and turned to look at Monster of Devils. Then, he displayed the Phantom Sword Art with the hidden star sword and stabbed towards Monster of Devils. When the hidden star sword stabbed towards Monster of Devils, Fang Chen's back was exposed in front of Ju Wu. Seeing this, Ju Wu revealed a sinister smile. Then, he clenched his fist and punched Fang Chen's back. Bang! Fang Chen's back was hit by Ju Wu's punch. Fang Chen endured the pain and stabbed his sword into Monster of Devils' body. Skyscraping Palace's Monster of Devils had fallen. The three of them had joined forces to fight Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, two of them had fallen. This scene shocked all the upper echelons of the various forces. However, when Ju Wu's fist hit Fang Chen's body trembled. After Fang Chen killed Monster of Devils, he tried to stabilize himself. His back was in pain, but fortunately, he had a strong sword body, which helped him block most of the force. His eyes were cold as he looked at Ju Wu and said, "Now, it's your turn." When Ju Wu saw Fang Chen's eyes, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. However, it was too late. Fang Chen had already displayed the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. "I refuse to believe that you're still capable of unleashing such a powerful attack after being struck by my fist." Seeing this, Ju Wu snorted coldly and unleashed another powerful attack. However, before he could even finish speaking, an expert from the 9 Formation Pavilion shouted, "Ju Wu, be careful." Upon hearing this sound, Ju Wu cursed silently. He tried his best to control his body to dodge, but suddenly, there was a fut sound. Ju Wu felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down, he realized that a sword had pierced his chest. No. Ju Wu's life force rapidly dissipated. He extended his hand, wanting to attack Fang Chen, but in the end, he wasn't able to endure. Fut! Fang Chen pulled back his hidden star sword, and Ju Wu collapsed to the ground. 4 corpses were lying on the martial stage. They were all 2nd-tier geniuses of Heavenly Array City. Half a year ago, Fang Chen had killed many 2nd-tier geniuses. Half a year later, he had killed 4 more geniuses. Damnable brat, you mercilessly killed your disciples. You deserve death. The 9 Formation Pavilion's upper echelon was infuriated. We have to kill him. The Skyscraping Palace's upper echelon was also infuriated. The upper echelon of several large sects' upper echelon were denouncing Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd in a domineering manner. He had an incomparable temperament. "Everyone, I've already said that there are no restrictions in this competition. If he dies, it means his strength isn't enough. Fang Chen is a disciple of my Spirit Formation Mountain. If anyone dares to attack Fang Chen, they will be my Spirit Formation Mountain's enemy, said the Spirit Formation Mountain's Mountain Master. His words were filled with threat. Hearing the words of the Mountain Master of the Lingzhen Mountain, the leaders of the various sects tried their best to suppress their anger. However, if the Lingzhen Mountain wanted to protect Fang Chen, there was nothing they could do. Right now, they were all pondering how to kill Fang Chen. "Who else is there?" asked Fang Chen loudly. Suddenly, the entire square fell silent. All the martial artists unconsciously retreated, not daring to speak. Seeing this, the Spirit Formation Mountain's Mountain Master smiled. "Now, do you have any objections to Fang Chen representing Heavenly Array City in this competition for the Shenhuang Immortal Pond?" The upper echelon fell silent. They didn't say anything else. "If my Heavenly Array City obtains the Shenhuang Immortal Pond, we will compensate your sect," said the Spirit Formation Mountain's Mountain Master when he saw that the various leaders were filled with resentment. Chapter 480. Fang Chen had killed the top second-tier geniuses of the younger generation in Sky Array City, which had infuriated many forces. If it hadn't been for the protection of a big shot like the Spiritual Array Mountain Master, he would have died many times over. However, when they heard the Spiritual Array Mountain Master say that if they could obtain the right to control the mysterious yellow immortal pond, they would be given a few spots in the sect as compensation. After hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the various forces eased a little. No matter what, the mysterious yellow immortal pond was still very important to them. Of course, what puzzled the upper echelons of the various forces was why there were only second-tier geniuses fighting Fang Chen in this Disciples' Grand Competition. None of the first-tier geniuses had appeared. Fang Chen's massacre on the martial arts stage had intimidated countless martialists. At this moment, not a single martialist dared to step onto the martial arts stage to challenge Fang Chen. Many people's gazes were focused on Ding Chuan. Fang Chen was too arrogant. He had killed people as soon as he made a move, which made them feel disgusted. They had pinned their hopes on Ding Chuan and wanted him to teach Fang Chen a lesson. However, Ding Chuan acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of making a move. Of course, if everyone knew that not long ago, Ding Chuan had been defeated by Fang Chen, and within 10 moves at that, who knew what they would think? "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. His voice reverberated throughout the entire square. Although this was a Disciples' Grand Competition of the younger generation in Sky Array City, Fang Chen had taken advantage of this opportunity to kill many of the younger sect's disciples once again. At this moment, Mount Dazzling Gold, Lu Yunj, Mortian Palace, 9 Array Pavilion and the other sects didn't say anything. They didn't want the disciples they had painstakingly nurtured to be killed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen was brimming with fighting spirit. He was waiting for the disciples of the sect to challenge him, but nothing happened even after a long time had passed. Finally, the Mountain Master of Lingzhen Mountain slowly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. After which, he smiled and said, "Since no one wants to challenge Fang Chen, this year's disciple competition will end here." As soon as the Spiritual Array Mountain Lord spoke, the Sky Array City Disciple Competition ended. From that day onwards, Fang Chen's name would spread throughout Sky Array City. Within Sky Array City, the streets and alleys were all talking about Fang Chen. He had even become an unavoidable topic of conversation. After the Disciples' Tournament ended, Fang Chen followed the crowd of Spiritual Array Mountain and returned to Spiritual Array Mountain. He had killed many second-rank geniuses, and the sect would surely regard him as a thorn in their side. This was why the Spiritual Formation Mountain was the safest place for him. There was only 1 month left before the mysterious yellow immortal pond competition. Fang Chen wanted to use this 1 month to try his best to break through to the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. In this way, he would be able to easily kill a 7th level condensing reality realm disciple. He would even be able to challenge a 8th level condensing reality realm martial artist. After returning to Spiritual Array Mountain, Fang Chen immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. As for Ding Chuan and the others, they also began to cultivate. The mysterious yellow celestial pond battle in a month's time would affect the entire Sky Array City. They could not be careless. At this moment, in the garden of a mansion in Sky Array City, the leaders of the four great sect were gathered together. They were discussing how to kill Fang Chen. This kid's improvement is too great. In just half a year, he has actually grown to this extent. If we let him continue to grow, he will become a threat to us. Lord Dazzling Gold said coldly. No, Lord Dazzling Gold is right. We must find a way to kill this kid and avenge our dead disciples. Pavilion Master Lu Yun said eerily. Beside him, Towering Sky Palace Master also nodded heavily and said coldly, this kid must be killed. Otherwise, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. The 9-array Pavilion Master nodded slightly. He was the core of the four and his words carried weight. He looked around at the other three and slowly said, now that this kid is in the spiritual array mountain, we can't deal with him. However, he will definitely leave the spiritual array mountain in a month's time for the mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. Pavilion Master, you mean? Lord Dazzling Gold's eyes lit up as he asked. Should we kill this kid on the way to the mysterious yellow celestial pond? Towering Sky Palace Master asked. 9 Formation Pavilion Master shook his head and said, this kid is very powerful. There are few among the younger generation who can match him. This time, he might be able to contribute greatly to the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle. Therefore, we should wait until the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle is over before taking action. Hearing 9 Formation Pavilion Master's words, Pavilion Master Lu Yun revealed a sinister smile and said, wonderful, truly wonderful. Pavilion Master's thoughts coincide with mine. Wait until the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle is over. After our 4 sect have received the compensation we deserve, we will kill this kid. Even the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain will have nothing to say. Ha ha ha, good. It's settled then. The leaders of the 4 sect had already discussed a strategy to deal with Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen, who was in Spiritual Array Mountain, had no idea. Time passed in the blink of an eye. On the 25th day of Fang Chen's closed-door cultivation, he successfully broke through to the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. Although it was only the early level of the 4th level, it still made Fang Chen extremely excited. After reaching the 4th level of the condensing reality realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased once again. Now, he even dared to challenge a level 8 condensing reality realm martial artist. After breaking through, Fang Chen successfully exited his closed-door cultivation. At this time, there were only 5 days left until the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle. Fang Chen, you've exited your closed-door cultivation. The Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain laughed when he saw Fang Chen. Thank you for your concern, Mountain Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, since you've exited your closed-door cultivation, let's set off today. The Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain said. This time, the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle would be held in Tianshui City. Although Tianshui City wasn't too far from Tianshui City, it still required 3 days of walking. When they arrived at Tianshui City, everyone still needed to recover their strength. Therefore, it was better to head to Tianshui City as soon as possible. Previously, Fang Chen had been in closed-door cultivation. Today, he had finally exited his closed-door cultivation. Therefore, the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain gathered all the participating disciples at the plaza. In this mysterious yellow celestial pond battle, the 10 of you will represent the entire Tianshui City. I hope that you will do your best to defeat your opponents. The Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain said loudly. On the plaza, the disciples all nodded. After exchanging a few words, the Mountain Master of Spiritual Array Mountain led the 10 disciples and left Spiritual Array Mountain in a grandiose manner. They appeared on the streets of Tianshui City. Seeing the disciples of Spiritual Array Mountain leave, many cultivators on the streets of Tianshui City began to discuss. A short while later, Fang Chen and the others left Tianshui City. At this moment, in a hidden area of Tianshui City, the leaders of the 4 great sect revealed sinister smiles. Let him live for a few more days, said the Lord of Dazzling Gold coldly. Is everything ready? Asked the 9 Formation Pavilion Master. Everything is ready. As long as this brat finishes participating in the mysterious yellow celestial pond battle, we will immediately take action. He will definitely die, said the pavilion master. Even if the mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain wants to save him, it's impossible. This plan is foolproof, said the skyscraping palace master. After leaving Tianshui City, Fang Chen and the others entered a vast plain. Between Tianshui City and Tianshui City, there was a vast plain. As long as they crossed this plain, they would reach Tianshui City. On this plain, there were often bandits roaming about. However, Fang Chen and the others were not worried at all. Their team was very strong. It was not something that ordinary bandits could compare to. However, there were still bandits who were not afraid of death. They blocked the path of Fang Chen and the others and were prepared to rob them. Let me do it, said Ding Chuan coldly as he looked at the bandits in front of him. 3 minutes later, Ding Chuan returned to the team. The plain was in a mess. All the bandits were dead. Not a single one was left alive. In the following period of time, as long as bandits appeared, the disciples would fight to be the first to deal with them. In the end, everyone came to a consensus. Each disciple could only take action once. 2 days later, they had already killed 7 groups of bandits. It was bad luck for the bandits to encounter them. This was also because the mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain did not take action. Once he took action, the bandits would not even have a chance to resist. There's still 1 more day before we reach Tianshui City, said the mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain. The bandits that appeared on the plain were just training for the disciples. Just as the mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain finished speaking, a group of bandits suddenly appeared in front of them. This group of bandits was not very strong. Let me do it. A burly disciple sneered. His figure flashed as he directly entered the group of bandits and started a massacre. However, at this moment, the expression of one of the members of the bandit group changed slightly. A faint evil aura appeared around his body. Fang Chen noticed this and his face changed. His figure flashed as he took out the hidden star sword and displayed the phantom god sword art. Fang Chen, this is my dish. The burly disciple shouted when he saw Fang Chen take action. His voice was filled with displeasure. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen took action, the bandit's aura suddenly became stronger. A powerful black light appeared on his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the black light flew towards the burly disciple. Not good. At this moment, Ding Chuan and the others also noticed that something was wrong and shouted. Whoosh! Fang Chen displayed the 3rd level of the phantom god sword art. Countless illusory swords instantly pierced the black light, causing it to explode. Because the burly disciple was closer, he was sent flying by the explosion and fell to the ground. In a flash, Fang Chen once again displayed the phantom god sword art. With a whoosh, the hidden star sword pierced the body of the bandit. The bandit's face was filled with unwillingness as he slowly fell to the ground. Fatty Li, are you alright? After killing the bandit, Ding Chuan and the others came to Fatty Li's side and asked. I won't die. Fatty Li was clearly injured. This made him feel a little embarrassed. He had been injured before even reaching Tianshui City. However, he still looked at Fang Chen gratefully. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, perhaps he wouldn't have just been injured. At this moment, the mountain master of Spiritual Array Mountain slowly walked over. His face was grave as he said, You found out. Chapter 481. Hearing about the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, the faces of the disciples changed as they looked at the mountain master of Ling Array Mountain. Let's go. After a thorough check, Fatty Li was fine. The most important thing now was the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle. Hence, even if the mountain master wanted to follow the clues, he could not find any clues. Hence, he gave up. The group quickly left the plain and hurried. After a day, they finally arrived at Tianshui City. Tianshui City is right in front. The mountain master smiled. Then, the group of 11 entered Tianshui City. As soon as they entered Tianshui City, someone came to welcome them. Mountain Lord Ling Zhen, you've come quite early this time around. A burly middle-aged man with a sinister smile on his face asked. Not bad. The mountain master nodded slightly as he replied. The burly middle-aged man was the palace master of the Tianshui city's overlord, the Tianshui Palace. He was also the main opponent of Ling Array Mountain in the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle. Your accommodations have already been arranged. Follow me. The Heaven River Temple Master smiled. Then, he led the group of people from Spiritual Array Mountain to a quiet mansion. This mansion will be your accommodation. The mysterious yellow celestial pool battle will begin the day after tomorrow. You can rest well during this period. The Tianshui Palace Master said. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Tianshui Palace Master left. The numerous disciples of the Spiritual Array Mountain began to rest. After traveling at full speed for 3 days, their bodies were exhausted. Therefore, they needed to adjust their bodies to their best condition. 2 days later, the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle began. Mountain Lord Ling Zhen brought Fang Chen and the others to a public square in Tianshui City. There was a sea of people outside the public square. They were all ordinary warriors of Tianshui City. The square was divided into 2 areas. One area was filled with warriors. They were the disciples of the Tianshui Palace. The other area was reserved for the disciples of Ling Array Mountain. Let's go over. The Spirit Array Mountain Master was the first to arrive at his area and sat down. The other 10 disciples also sat down one after another. Seeing the arrival of the people from Ling Array Mountain, an old man stood in the middle of the martial arts practice stage and said slowly, "Everyone, I believe you are clear about the rules of the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle." The Tianshui Palace Master and the Mountain Master nodded. Since that's the case, this old man won't say anything more. For this battle for the profound yellow immortal pond, each side will send out 10 disciples. They will take turns to fight. Whichever side loses all their disciples will be eliminated. The rules are very simple, said the old man. With the old man's command, the battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond officially began. Lingzhen Mountain Lord, I'm afraid that Tianshui City will still be victorious in this battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Tianshui Palace Lord looked at Lingzhen Mountain Lord and said with a sinister smile. Last year, during the battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond, their Skywater City suppressed Sky Array City and seized control of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. In the past year, the Celestial River Palace had sent many disciples into the Xianhuang Celestial Pond to cultivate. The strength of the disciples had generally increased. The Celestial River Palace Master believed that they would win again this time. Moreover, they still had a trump card. We still don't know who will emerge victorious. Mountain Lord Lingzhen sneered. As the 2 leaders faced off, the disciples behind them were also filled with anger. The first to go up was a disciple from the Celestial River Palace. I alone can defeat all your Sky Array City's disciples. That disciple was extremely arrogant as he stood on the martial stage. Let me have a go at you. Li He of Spirit Array Mountain went up. Seeing the Celestial River Palace's disciple act so arrogantly, he was infuriated. Who is this brat? Asked Fang Chen of Spirit Array Mountain. This disciple is an elite disciple of the Celestial River Palace. His name is Shui Ji. He specializes in the concept of water, explained Ding Chuan. As they spoke, Li He and Shui Ji began fighting. Li He had immediately set up a formation, but because of Shui Ji's powerful attacks, there were holes in his formation and he wasn't able to trap Shui Ji. Trash. You want to trap me with this kind of formation? Sneered Shui Ji. He instantly released his concept of water. Ripples appeared around his body. Then, the concept of water gathered in his palm and he threw out a punch. Bang! With a loud bang, the array was shattered. Li He's body flew out and fell below the martial arts stage. Shui Ji wins, announced the judge. At this moment, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the concept of water around Shui Ji. His eyes flickered. After a long time, he said, his concept of water has reached the peak of the 2nd minor realm. He's only 1 step away from the 3rd minor realm. Shui Ji's cultivation was at the 7th stage of the condensing reality realm. He could be considered one of the top disciples in the Celestial River Palace. With the concept of water at the second minor realm, his strength completely suppressed Li He. After he was helped away, Shuai-Ge arrogantly yelled again, "Next." The second disciple went up and fought fiercely with Shuai-Ge. But he still wasn't Shuai-Ge's match and was defeated. In the blink of an eye, 2 disciples of Spirit Array Mountain had been defeated. This made the Spirit Array Mountain's leader's face darken. Spirit Array Mountain's leader, "Can your disciples break through Shuai-Ge's seal?" sneered the Celestial River Palace's leader. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, all the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain had been defeated by Shuai-Ge. 8 disciples. A total of 8 disciples had been defeated by Shuai-Ge. Especially Fatty Li, who had been injured before. After being hit by Shuai-Ge, he had almost died. Fortunately, the Spirit Array Mountain's leader had saved him in time. On the other hand, Shuai-Ge became more and more courageous as he fought. His body was filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Are all the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain so weak? Shuai-Ge roared. His voice was filled with disdain. In the Celestial River Palace's area, many of the Celestial River Palace's disciples had cold smiles on their faces. They were all mocking Spirit Array Mountain. "Let me." Ding Chuan, who had been suppressing his anger, finally went up the stage. "Shuai-Ge, let me end you." Ding Chuan said coldly. "You can't." Shuai-Ge said arrogantly. Crash. Without another word, Ding Chuan immediately set up a supreme grade Yuan rank array. Wild spiritual energy instantly filled the entire martial arts arena, trapping Shuai-Ge within the supreme grade Yuan rank array. Below, in the Celestial River Palace's area, some disciples couldn't help cursing, "What an idiot. He clearly knows that the opponent is Ding Chuan, but is still so careless." On the martial arts stage, Shuai-Ge was trapped in the formation set up by Ding Chuan. He roared angrily, and at the same time, unleashed a wild attack. Bang! Bang! However, no matter how powerful his attacks were, they were unable to break Ding Chuan's formation. Clearly, Ding Chuan's formation had been set up perfectly. "I don't believe that a broken formation can trap me, Shuai-Ge." Shuai-Ge roared furiously. The second minor level of the concept of water was unleashed. He had used his strongest attack in an attempt to break the formation. But in the end, he failed. "Let's end this." Seeing Shuai-Ge struggling in the formation, Ding Chuan sneered. He clenched his fist and punched the formation. Bang! Shuai-Ge's body was sent flying. At the same time, Ding Chuan made fun of the formation. "Ding Chuan wins," announced the referee. Shuai-Ge was incomparably furious. He crawled up from the ground and bared his fangs, wanting to attack Ding Chuan. However, he was stopped by the Celestial River Palace Master. "Haven't you lost enough face?" Hearing the Celestial River Palace Master's words, Shuai-Ge's face was filled with helplessness. He lowered his head and returned to the Celestial River Palace's area. "We only lost one match. Let me go." A disciple volunteered to fight Ding Chuan on the stage. However, Ding Chuan was stronger than the Celestial River Palace's disciples had imagined. Ding Chuan was able to instantly set up a perfect top-grade Yuan formation. This gave the Celestial River Palace's disciples a headache. Bang! After an intense battle, Ding Chuan sent the Celestial River Palace's disciple flying with a punch. This was already the 5th Celestial River Palace's disciple that Ding Chuan had defeated. Without exception, he had used a top-grade Yuan formation to defeat his opponent. When the 6th disciple went on stage, he loudly cursed, "Ding Chuan, you bastard. Do you dare not use a formation and fight me head-on?" Ding Chuan looked at the disciple as if he was an idiot. He sneered, "My Spirit Array Mountain cultivates formations. You want me to give up my formation and fight you head-on? How can you be so stupid?" Upon hearing Ding Chuan's words, the disciple was infuriated and launched a wild attack. Crash! Ding Chuan once again set up a perfect top-grade Yuan formation, trapping the Celestial River Palace's disciple. At this moment, many disciples in the Celestial River Palace's area were ashen. Ding Chuan's formation is very powerful. Once he sets it up, Our side will basically be at a disadvantage, said a disciple. Let me fight the next match. The person who spoke was a young, bewitching man. Seeing him speak, many disciples were delighted. Bang! On the martial stage, Ding Chuan defeated the sixth disciple of the Celestial River Palace. He was full of smiles. At this moment, the bewitching man slowly walked onto the martial stage in the Celestial River Palace's area. Ding Chuan, your winning streak ends here, said the bewitching man. His voice was filled with bewitchment. Ding Chuan stared at the bewitching man and frowned. He actually felt a trace of danger from this man. Just as Ding Chuan was about to speak, he suddenly fell into a trance and fell into an illusion. Seeing Ding Chuan's body sway on the martial stage and the bewitching man's eyes glowing, Fang Chen knew that things weren't going well. Proficient in illusions. Fang Chen looked at the bewitching man with a grave expression. This bewitching man's illusions were actually able to make Ding Chuan fall into an illusion. It was too terrifying. Ding Chuan, go down. The bewitching man's eyes flickered as he said softly. As soon as he said that, Ding Chuan actually walked down the martial stage. Seeing this scene, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless martialists were shouting crazily. Someone as strong as Ding Chuan had actually lost the match like this. After walking down the martial stage, Ding Chuan instantly woke up. He turned his head to look at the bewitching man. He was furious and wanted to attack. Ding Chuan, you have already lost. You don't have the right to attack me, mocked the bewitching man. Chapter 482. Ha ha ha. The first disciple of the spiritual array mountain, Ding Chuan, actually lost just like that. What a disgrace. The disciples of the spiritual array mountain are just SOSO. Is there no one left in the spiritual array mountain? Ding Chuan doesn't even have the courage to fight. He just walked off the stage himself. Trash from the spiritual array mountain. Many of the martialists shouted in succession. They were all mocking Ding Chuan. At this moment, Ding Chuan's heart was burning with anger. However, due to the rules, he could only dejectedly return to the spiritual array mountain region. Mountain Master, I'm sorry. Ding Chuan said softly. His illusion technique is very strong. It's normal that you fell for it. The spiritual array mountain master said softly. At this point, the spiritual array mountain master could only place all his hopes on Fang Chen. If Fang Chen lost, the sky array city would be completely finished. Fang Chen, you're up. The spiritual array mountain master glanced at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen nodded. Before he left, he patted Ding Chuan's body gently, indicating that the latter didn't need to worry too much. When he saw Fang Chen walk up the stage, the demonic man's face was filled with mockery. Last one. As the demonic man spoke, he secretly cast an illusion technique. His eyes flickered and a formless aura appeared on the stage, wrapping around Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen fell into a daze and his entire body swayed. Go down. When the demonic man saw that Fang Chen had fallen into an illusion, his face was filled with disdain. Below the stage, the spiritual array mountain master squinted his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the Heaven River Temple region, a few disciples were smiling. I thought that this lad was the trump card of the spiritual array mountain. I didn't expect him to fall into an illusion. A disciple said disdainfully. This time, it's really not challenging at all. We can control the mysterious yellow immortal pond for another year. In the future, the gap between the spiritual array mountain and us will only grow bigger. As the disciples were talking, Fang Chen's eyes were dull as he staggered towards the demonic man. The demonic man's expression changed when he saw this, but he instantly understood. Fang Chen had fallen into an illusion and was in a delirious state. It seemed that he wanted to leave the martial stage from his side. You may leave. The demonic man's voice was like a lullaby that drilled into Fang Chen's ears. The latter moved forward in a daze. When Fang Chen's figure was 1 meter away from the demonic man, Fang Chen's dull eyes suddenly disappeared and were replaced by a strong fighting spirit. Huala the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, he displayed the phantom god sword technique without hesitation. The wild sword intent carried an illusory aura and directly enveloped the bewitching man. How is this possible? The demonic man originally thought that Fang Chen had fallen into his illusion and was very pleased. However, the sudden change made the demonic man panic. Especially when Fang Chen's sword intent enveloped him, he felt his mind tremble. Illusory aura, the demonic man cried out. At this moment, he finally understood why Fang Chen did not fall into his illusion. Everything is an illusion, the demonic man shouted angrily. He used all his strength to activate his illusion to resist Fang Chen's sword intent. The scene on the martial stage changed too quickly. Even the spiritual array mountain master was stunned. Soon after, a bright smile appeared on his face. In the Heaven River Temple area, the Heaven River Temple master narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the spiritual array mountain to have an illusory sword principal martialist." In the beginning, Fang Chen pretended to fall into the demonic man's illusion. He took the opportunity to get close to the demonic man. Then, he took the opportunity to display the Phantom Godsword technique. It should be known that Fang Chen's illusory sword principle was very powerful. It was not inferior to the demonic man's. Under the attack of Fang Chen's illusory sword principle, the demonic man finally could not resist and fell into the illusion. In the next moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the demonic man's arm. With a bang, the demonic man was kicked off the martial stage by Fang Chen. When the demonic man woke up, he realized that he had been blasted off the martial stage. He was furious, but it was too late. Next. After Fang Chen defeated the demonic man, he said calmly. The demonic man was able to defeat Ding Chuan because his illusion was very powerful. However, Fang Chen was a cultivator of the illusory sword principle. Naturally, he was not afraid of the demonic man's illusion. Moreover, Fang Chen's cultivation base had reached the 4th condensing reality realm. It was too easy for him to defeat a 7th condensing reality realm martial artist. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a martial artist in the Heaven River Temple area stepped onto the stage. However, before he could speak, he was hit by Fang Chen's sword and blasted off the martial stage. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said. Fang Chen's words made many disciples of the Heaven River Temple furious. However, they could not do anything. After Fang Chen defeated 2 people, only 2 disciples of the Heaven River Temple were left. Shuai-zhen, you go. The Heaven River Temple master said coldly. Shuai-zhen was the top expert of the younger generation of the Heaven River Temple. His cultivation base had reached the 7th condensing reality realm. He was much stronger than Shuai-ge. When Shuai-zhen stepped onto the stage, the Heaven River Temple master glanced at the black-clothed martial artist beside him and nodded. This black-clothed martial artist was the Heaven River Temple's trump card. Even if Shuai-zhen failed, they still had this martial artist. The Heaven River Temple still had a chance. After Shuai-zhen stepped onto the stage, he looked at Fang Chen and narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Kid, your illusory sword principle is not bad. However, it is not worth mentioning in front of me. Shuai-zhen said sinisterly. Get lost. Fang Chen did not want to waste any more time. With a low roar, his figure flashed. He instantly performed the 3rd level of the illusory sword principle. A wild sword intent immediately enveloped Shuai-zhen. Seeing this, Shuai-zhen's expression changed slightly. He performed the concept of water. Splash. The concept of water wrapped around Shuai-zhen's body, forming a strong defense. The concept of water. Fang Chen sneered. In the next moment, he also urged his own concept of water. Although it was not as strong as Shuai-zhen's, it was enough to deal with Shuai-zhen. Splash. The concept of water formed ripples in the void. In the next moment, a wild water aura instantly filled the entire martial arts stage. Bang! When Fang Chen's water concept came into contact with the water concept defense around drenched, a wild sound instantly erupted. How is this possible? Shuai-zhen did not expect that Fang Chen could actually comprehend the concept of water. Moreover, it was the 2nd minor level of the concept of water. Damn it! Fang Chen's concept of water corroded Xue Zhen's concept of water, weakening his defense. Despite Xue Zui's desperate defense, he still couldn't stop his defense from weakening. When his defense weakened to a certain extent, Fang Chen's phantom sword technique was instantly used. The low-level dark weapon, star-hidden sword, pierced Xue Zui's defense and blasted him away. No. When Xue Zhen's body flew out uncontrollably, he roared loudly. Seeing this scene, the Heaven River Temple Master suddenly stood up with a slight change in his expression. He immediately said, "The second minor level of the concept of water." Furthermore, he specializes in the illusory sword principle and possesses a primary dark weapon. The Spirit Array Mountain really hid it well. Hearing the Heaven River Temple Master's words, many disciples were shocked. A dark weapon was too precious for many disciples. Even Xue Zhen of the Heaven River Temple was only using a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Although there was only a small difference between a supreme-grade spiritual weapon and a primary dark weapon, the difference was too big. Fang Chen possessed a primary dark weapon, which gave him a huge advantage in terms of weapons. Furthermore, he also possessed the second minor level of the concept of water. This made the Heaven River Temple disciples lose their advantage in front of him. Damn it! The Heaven River Temple Master squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen as he cursed. At this moment, in the Spirit Array Mountain region, the Spirit Array Mountain Master's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of that Almighty's disciple. He can casually use a dark weapon. Of course, the Spirit Array Mountain Master didn't know that Fang Chen's spiritual weapon wasn't given to him by his Spirit Array Master. It was refined with the help of Grandmaster Ku Fa. At this moment, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand as he stood on the martial stage. He looked like a god of war, his body filled with battle intent. Spirit Array Mountain Master, in order to win this competition, you've put in a lot of effort. You even took out a dark weapon, said the Heaven River Temple Master coldly. This weapon was obtained by this disciple. It doesn't belong to my Spirit Array Mountain. I have no right to question it, said the Spirit Array Mountain Master. Spirit Array Mountain Master, your Spirit Array Mountain's preparations have truly shocked me. However, I want to say that even so, your Spirit Array Mountain is useless, said the Heaven River Temple Master sinisterly. Just as the Heaven River Temple Master finished speaking, the black-robed man stood up and walked onto the martial stage. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at Fang Chen and said, I originally thought that I wouldn't have to make a move in this competition. However, I never imagined that the Spirit Array Mountain would actually have such a powerful disciple. My blood is already boiling. I hope that you won't disappoint me. The black-robed man's words were filled with arrogance. He even believed that Fang Chen only had the qualifications to make him make a move. When he saw the black-robed man walk onto the stage, the Heaven River Temple Master glanced at the Spirit Array Mountain and sneered, Spirit Array Mountain Master, your Spirit Array Mountain isn't the only one who has made preparations. The Heaven River Temple is also prepared. This kid is our Heaven River Temple's trump card. With him making a move, even if your Spirit Array Mountain's disciple possesses a low-grade dark weapon, what can he do? The Spirit Array Mountain Master stared at the black-robed man. He was shocked to discover that he couldn't see through the black-robed man. However, he still chose to believe in Fang Chen. Fang Chen, be careful, warned the Spirit Array Mountain Master. On the martial stage, the black-robed man's battle intent was overflowing. He stared at Fang Chen with a strange glint in his eyes. Opposite the black-robed man, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. Chapter 483. When Chen Dao said those words, his body was like an unsheathed saber, extremely sharp. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Dao. His intuition told him that Chen Dao was extremely powerful. Moreover, Chen Dao gave him a very heavy feeling as he stood on the martial arts stage. Chen Dao. Fang Chen softly said Chen Dao's name. Crash. In the next moment, Chen Dao exploded with an extremely wild aura. His saber intent soared into the sky and instantly filled the entire martial arts stage. On the square, in the Spiritual Array Mountain, many disciples saw this scene and could not help but be speechless. Too powerful. Chen Dao's strength was actually to such an extent. Peak of the 7th Condensing Reality Realm. The Mountain Lord of the Spiritual Array Mountain saw through Chen Dao's cultivation. Peak of the 7th Condensing Reality Realm. With this kind of strength, even in the entire southern mountainland, he could be considered as a top genius. Where did this Chen Dao come from? How could he possess such a powerful strength at such a young age? Whoosh! Extremely powerful saber intent surrounded his body. In the next moment, his palm suddenly slashed towards Fang Chen. Using his palm as a saber, a powerful saber light instantly appeared in front of him. This saber light was like a peerless saber as it directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen displayed the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. The wild Phantom Sword principal aura instantly filled the entire hidden star sword and then blasted towards the saber light. Crack! After the saber light collided with Fang Chen's hidden star sword, it was not as powerful as expected. Instead, it directly shattered with a cracking sound. Seeing this scene, Chen Dao's face revealed a trace of a smile. He said in a deep voice, "You are qualified for me to use my saber." As he spoke, a pitch-black battle saber appeared in Chen Dao's hand. As soon as the battle saber appeared, a strong pressure instantly appeared. Rumble. The saber seemed to have a mind of its own as it let out a wild saber cry. Saber intent soared into the sky and gathered within the saber. "You are not the only one who has a dark weapon," Chen Dao said in a low voice while holding his saber. Even without Chen Dao's explanation, Fang Chen could tell that the saber was definitely not an ordinary saber to be able to emit such a wild saber intent. It was a profound weapon. So what if it was a dark weapon? At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with an invincible belief. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the Phantom God Sword Art again. His previous opponents were not qualified to make him use his full strength, but Chen Dao was. "I'll use you to test my true strength," Fang Chen thought to himself. Seeing that Fang Chen had executed the Phantom Sword Art, Chen Dao didn't dare to be careless. The corners of his mouth curled up. In the next moment, he gripped his battle saber and slashed towards Fang Chen. Disillusionment Blade. Chen Dao had also sensed Fang Chen's strength, thus he executed his strongest saber art, the Disillusionment Saber Art. As soon as the Disillusionment Saber Art was executed, an extremely wild saber intent instantly filled the entire arena. Following that, countless saber rays flickered continuously, carrying a powerful force as they pierced towards Fang Chen. Bang bang bang, the illusory sword and the saber rays clashed fiercely, producing a deafening sound. Fang Chen and Chen Dao were both forced to take a few steps back. At this moment, in the entire arena, everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe that such a powerful force could be unleashed in a battle between the younger generation. It was too unbelievable. What an interesting guy. Chen Dao licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. In the next moment, the battle saber in Chen Dao's hand started to spin. The wild saber intent around Chen Dao all flowed into the battle saber. Disillusionment Saber Art, Ultimate Saber Art. Chen Dao roared as he slashed out with his battle saber. This saber attack contained Chen Dao's strongest attack. He didn't want to waste any more time. Initially, Chen Dao thought that he could easily defeat Fang Chen. However, after exchanging blows, Chen Dao realized that Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't hesitate to use his strongest attack to suppress Fang Chen. "Let's give it our all." At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with an unprecedented obsession. His body was surrounded by a wild sword intent. The Spiritual Array Mountain Lord and the Heaven River Palace Lord were stunned. What third minor realm of sword intent? When the Heaven River Palace Lord and the Spiritual Array Mountain Lord discovered Fang Chen's sword intent, they were shocked. At such a young age, he was able to comprehend his sword intent to the third minor realm. This Fang Chen was truly a genius in the Sword Dao. Genius. He is definitely a genius in the Sword Dao. His sword intent has reached the third minor realm. With such talent, no one in the entire southern mountainland can match him. The Spiritual Array Mountain Lord said excitedly. If Fang Chen had impressed him before, then now, Fang Chen had shocked him. It was an unparalleled shock. So what if he had a dark weapon? So what if he was strong? The most important thing was his sword intent, the third minor realm of sword intent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Fang Chen was given more time to cultivate his sword intent to the great perfection realm, his sword cultivation would increase at a terrifying speed. Genius in the Sword Dao. This was the spiritual Array Mountain Lord and the Heaven River Palace Lord's evaluation of Fang Chen. On the martial arts arena, Chen Dao also discovered Fang Chen's sword intent. The third minor realm of sword intent. Chen Dao's eyes flashed with surprise. However, after a slight struggle, he continued to attack Fang Chen with all his might. So what if it's the third minor realm of sword intent? I will defeat you today. Chen Dao believed that he was invincible. The fact that his sword intent had reached the third minor realm only meant that Fang Chen was talented in the Sword Dao. It didn't mean that he was strong now. No matter what happens in the future, I will defeat you today. This was Chen Dao's thought. The more he thought about it, the faster the war blade in his hand spun. The power of the disillusionment blade ART's ultimate blade grew stronger. When the war blade in Chen Dao's hand was about to come into contact with Fang Chen, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen exploded with all his strength. The third minor realm of sword intent was fully released. The body-tempering sword body was fully activated, and the third level of the illusionary godsword art was displayed. Swoosh! An unparalleled sword light appeared in the sky. This sword light contained a destructive aura. While everyone was in shock, it merged with the hidden star sword. Boom! After the saber and the hidden star sword collided, the entire martial arts stage trembled. A wild aura instantly enveloped the entire martial arts stage. The martial artists on the square were forced to retreat by the impact of this powerful airflow. What's the result? Many martialists looked at the arena curiously. They wanted to know the outcome of this battle. The Spirit Array Mountain Master and the Sky River Temple Master also observed the arena nervously. At this moment, the grey fog on the martial arts stage slowly dissipated. Fang Chen and Chen Dao stood quietly on the martial arts stage. Both of them held their own weapons in their hands. The battle saber and the hidden star sword were still intertwined. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Then, Chen Dao put away his war blade and said, "You are very strong." "You are too." Fang Chen nodded as he put away his hidden star sword. Chen Dao shook his head and turned to leave the arena. As he watched Chen Dao leave, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Powerhouses deserved respect no matter where they were. Chen Dao was just like that. Although Chen Dao and Fang Chen were at odds, Chen Dao's strength had earned Fang Chen's recognition and respect. You have distracting thoughts. If you focus on the Saber Dao, your saber intent will definitely reach the third minor realm. Fang Chen said as he watched Chen Dao leave the arena. Chen Dao turned around and grinned. "Thank you. I hope we will meet again in the future." After saying that, Chen Dao ignored the Sky River Temple Master's question and turned to leave. "Chen Dao," the Sky River Temple Master asked anxiously. "Palace Master, I have lost." Chen Dao left these words and disappeared from everyone's sight. When Chen Dao walked to a secluded area, his throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been injured in the battle with Fang Chen, but he had been holding on. Fang Chen was too strong. Even if Chen Dao used his full strength, he was still no match for Fang Chen. What a terrifying opponent. Chen Dao recalled his battle with Fang Chen and felt a lingering fear. At this moment, Fang Chen stood quietly on the arena. He looked at the referee and said, "Can you announce the result now?" Many disciples of the Sky River Temple were unconvinced when they heard Fang Chen's words. However, the Sky River Temple Master stopped them. "Shut up. A loss is a loss," the Sky River Temple Master said in a low voice. Even an expert like Chen Dao had lost to Fang Chen. Even if all the disciples of the Sky River Temple joined forces, they would still be no match for Fang Chen. Mountain Master Ling Zhen, it is not an injustice for the Sky River Temple to lose to you this time. The Sky River Temple Master looked at Mountain Master Ling Zhen and said in a low voice. Mountain Master Ling Zhen laughed heartily when he heard this. Fang Chen had given him too many surprises. At first, he was worried that Fang Chen would not be a match for Chen Dao. However, now that he thought about it, his worries were unnecessary. With the referee's announcement, the battle between the Sky River Temple and Lingzhen Mountain came to an end. The Sky River Temple had lost the battle. For the next year, the control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond would be in the hands of Lingzhen Mountain. At this moment, everyone from Lingzhen Mountain was full of smiles. Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, our Lingzhen Mountain would have definitely lost. Ding Chuan was the first to come to Fang Chen's side and said with a smile. Yeah. That Chen Dao is too strong. I didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to suppress him. Fang Chen, you can be considered a top expert among the younger generation in the entire southern mountain land. The disciples of Lingzhen Mountain said one after another. At this moment, many disciples in the Heaven River Temple's area were displeased. Palace Master, Xuezhu said. There's no need to say more. Even Chen Dao has lost. Which one of you can defeat Fang Chen? The Sky River Temple Master waved his hand and said. Chapter 484. This time, the mysterious yellow immortal pond contest had exceeded Mountain Lord Lingzhen's expectations. The results were extremely gratifying. Of course, all of this was due to Fang Chen's efforts. Fang Chen had single-handedly defeated all the disciples of the Heaven River Temple. In the end, he had even defeated the Blade Maniac, Chen Dao. After this incident, the disciples of Lingzhen Mountain had completely acknowledged Fang Chen. Even the disciples who had previously complained about Fang Chen had changed their views of Fang Chen. After the contest ended, Lingzhen Mountain hurriedly led the disciples back to Sky Array City. After returning to Sky Array City, Lingzhen Mountain would arrange for his men to head to the mysterious yellow celestial pond and take control of it. Then, he would allocate the slots to enter the mysterious yellow celestial pond. In a secluded place, 5 martial artists with strong auras stood. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. We must succeed this time. One of the martial artists said coldly. Let's move. If the 5 of us work together, we can even trap Lingzhen Mountain for a while, let alone a mere disciple. Another martial artist said. Wait until they leave Skywater City. The 3 of you will be in charge of restraining Lingzhen Mountain. The 2 of us will attack together to kill Fang Chen. The leader of the martial artists said. Okay. The 5 of them disappeared from Skywater City. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord led his 10 disciples and left Qianshui City. They moved forward quickly and before they knew it, night had fallen. The night was pitch black. Mountain Lord Lingzhen pondered for a moment before finding a plane. Then, he stopped and said, Everyone, let's take a rest here. Then, everyone sat down cross-legged and started to rest. Time passed by slowly. In the middle of the night, all the disciples had fallen asleep. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared from the darkness. The moment they appeared, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord discovered them. Who is it? Lingzhen Mountain roared. Instantly, the 10 disciples woke up and looked at the 5 people in front of them cautiously. The 5 of them saw that they had been exposed. The leader shouted, Move according to the plan. Immediately, 3 figures pounced toward the Spirit Formation Sect's Mountain Master. When the Spirit Formation Sect's Mountain Master saw this, he was extremely furious. His entire body emitted an extremely wild aura as he instantly started fighting with the 3 figures. The 3 of them unleashed a combined attack array, trapping the Spirit Array Mountain Lord within it. Damn it! The Spirit Formation Mountain Lord was enraged and attacked. At the same time, the other 2 figures pounced towards Fang Chen. Their bodies emitted an extremely wild aura. Go to hell, brat! The leader of the group shouted and a saber appeared in his hand. Then, he thrust it at Fang Chen. Too strong. Fang Chen didn't dare to block the attack. His body flashed as he tried to dodge the attack. However, the attack speed of the Black Shadow was too fast. Fang Chen couldn't dodge it in time. Fang Chen shouted. If he was stabbed by this blade, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This wasn't something he wanted to see. In a panic, Fang Chen took out a jade pendant. Then, He gently pinched it. Instantly, the jade pendant shattered. A wild aura was emitted from Fang Chen. In the next moment, the profound grade array was successfully set up. The two cultivators encircling Fang Chen were instantly trapped in the profound grade array and lost their way. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Although they were prepared from the start, they were still confused when they were trapped in the array. When the three people who were besieging Lingzhen Mountain Master saw this scene, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Lingzhen Mountain was originally worried about Fang Chen. But when he saw the array, a bright smile appeared on his face. You're all going to die. A profound grade array was powerful. It wasn't something ordinary cultivators could break. When Lingzhen Mountain saw the profound grade array, he knew that Fang Chen was fine for the time being. Therefore, he was prepared to start a massacre. Lingzhen Mountain was very strong. The reason why he was trapped by the three of them was because the three of them had used a combined array. Without Fang Chen to worry about, Lingzhen Mountain quickly waved his hands and formed different seals with his palms. Immediately, a supreme grade origin grade array was set up. The three people surrounding him were all trapped in the array. However, the three of them were already prepared. This supreme grade origin grade array couldn't trap them at all. Let's end this quickly. The three of them seemed to have sensed the power of the profound grade array. They were afraid that the situation would change if the battle dragged on. Therefore, they wanted to end this quickly. Courting death. Although the Spirit Array Mountain Lord's supreme grade origin grade array formation was unable to trap the three of them, it had effectively disintegrated their combined offensive array. Without the combined offensive array, the three of them were no match for the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. Lingzhen Mountain shouted angrily. He suddenly stretched out his palm. With a catcher sound, his palm pierced into the void. However, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the void. One of the martial artists who had surrounded him was hiding in the void. But he was still killed by Lingzhen Mountain in one strike. After killing one of them, Lingzhen Mountain felt less pressure. He used all his strength to attack the two of them. Catcher. 3 minutes later, the second martial artist died in the hands of Lingzhen Mountain. The last remaining martial artist finally felt a trace of fear. He wanted to escape. Trying to escape. What a joke. How could he escape in front of Lingzhen Mountain? Catcher. Lingzhen Mountain clenched his fist and punched the martial artist's head. Blood spurted out and the martial artist died instantly. After killing the three martial artists, Lingzhen Mountain said, "All of you, retreat." Ding Chuan and the others couldn't help at all. Therefore, Lingzhen Mountain asked them to retreat. Then, Lingzhen Mountain entered the profound grade array. Fang Chen, I'll help you. Following Lingzhen Mountain's arrival, Fang Chen's pressure was completely lifted. Because Fang Chen was controlling the array, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord could freely travel through the array. He found a martial artist and after an intense battle, he killed him. Then, Lingzhen Mountain found the last martial artist. He didn't kill him. Instead, he heavily injured him and captured him. Crash. At this time, the profound grade array had no energy to support it. It instantly collapsed. Fang Chen was standing there unharmed. At Lingzhen Mountain's feet was a martial artist in black clothes. His arm was broken, and he was lying on the ground on the verge of death. Speak. Who sent you? Lingzhen Mountain asked coldly. This martial artist knew that their mission had failed. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, he died. Yes. There's poison in his teeth. Lingzhen Mountain whispered. Mountain Lord, who are they? Ding Chuan ran over and asked urgently. They're assassins. Their target should be Fang Chen. Lingzhen Mountain's Mountain Lord analyzed. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly as he wondered who it was that sent the assassin to kill him. The assassin's true appearance this time was still very strong. If it weren't for Lingzhen Mountain's Mountain Lord and the jade pendant he had obtained, he might have already died. Fortunately, I have a profound grade array. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen also realized the power of a mystic grade formation. How powerful were those formation grandmasters who could casually set up mystic grade formations? Fang Chen, Who did you offend? Lingzhen Mountain's mountain lord asked. Fang Chen shook his head. If you're talking about offending people, it's only the great sect of Heaven Array City. Speaking up to here, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind destroying those great sect. Of course, the prerequisite was that he was strong enough. Chen-ph. They're too much. Lingzhen Mountain's mountain lord said coldly. With me here, they won't be able to hurt you. After this incident, Lingzhen Mountain's mountain lord and the others didn't want to rest anymore. They hurried through the night. In the dark night, there were 5 corpses on the plains. Blood covered the ground. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally arrived. When they saw the 5 corpses, their expression changed. In the end, they sighed and said, "Mission failed." This person's expression was complicated. Not only did they fail the mission, they also lost 5 condensing reality realm experts. Chapter 485. After the group returned to Sky Array City, they quickly returned to Spirit Array Mountain. When the news that Sky Array City had obtained control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond instantly spread throughout Spirit Array Mountain. All the disciples would respectfully greet Fang Chen as senior brother Fang when they saw him. All the disciples, including the elders, knew that Fang Chen had contributed the most in this battle for the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Without Fang Chen, their Spirit Array Mountain would not have been able to defeat the Heaven River Palace. As the news spread, all the warriors in Sky Array City were praising Fang Chen. At this moment, in the headquarters of the 9 Array Pavilion, the 9 Array Pavilion Master's face was extremely gloomy. Beside him sat the other 3 leaders. 5 8th level condensing reality realm warriors were dispatched, but they still failed to kill Fang Chen. The atmosphere in the mansion was extremely tense. After a long time, the 9 Array Pavilion Master asked in a low voice. Dazzling Gold Mountain Lord's face was filled with a bitter smile. He then nodded and said, "That's right. 5 8th level condensing reality realm warriors were all killed. This assassination attempt was a complete failure. Back then, I had already said that the Spirit Array Mountain Chieftain's strength is unfathomable. We cannot kill Fang Chen in front of him. You guys just wouldn't listen. Now, the Spirit Array Mountain Chieftain must have sensed that this matter is related to us." Pavilion Master Lu Yun said with dissatisfaction. Towering Sky Palace Lord also shook his head slightly. His face was solemn as he said, "News came from there. They paid a heavy price. Although they failed to complete the mission, they will not refund us the reward. At the same time, they also terminated their cooperation with us." Hearing Towering Sky Palace Lord's words, the 9 Array Pavilion Master fell silent. In order to kill Fang Chen, their 4 great sect had paid so much. In the end, it was all for naught. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, the 9 Array Pavilion Master said coldly, "Right now, the most important thing is not Fang Chen's life or death, but the quota for the mysterious yellow celestial pond that belongs to our 4 great sect." The 3 of them nodded. Although they didn't kill Fang Chen, their 4 great sect still needed the quota for the mysterious yellow immortal pond. "There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Spirit Formation Mountain now and ask for a spot," the Skyscraping Palace Lord said. Then, the 4 great leaders got up and left their mansions, heading towards the Spirit Array Mountain. When they arrived at the Spirit Array Mountain, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord seemed to have guessed that they were coming and specially sent a disciple to welcome them. For leaders, the Mountain Lord has been waiting for a long time. The disciple who came to greet them said with a smile. The 4 of them exchanged glances with one another as shock flashed across their eyes. Following which, the 4 of them quickly entered Ling Array Mountain under the accompaniment of the disciple. As they passed by the plaza, the 4 chiefs suddenly saw Fang Chen's figure. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, they knew that this was the Spiritual Array Mountain, so they suppressed their anger towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen was walking when he suddenly felt a strong killing intent flash past. He was puzzled and turned his head to look. To his surprise, he discovered that the 4 leaders were right in front of him. Although their killing intent was hidden very deeply, it was still seen by Fang Chen. "One day, I will trample all of you under my feet," Fang Chen muttered to himself before turning to leave. The four great leaders watched Fang Chen's back as he left and became even more determined to kill Fang Chen. When they arrived in front of the hall, the disciple who came to greet them said softly, "The Mountain Lord is inside. Please come in." After the four of them entered the hall, they saw the Spirit Array Mountain Lord sitting on the highest throne. When the Spirit Array Mountain Lord saw the four of them, a gentle look appeared on his face. However, the four of them felt a chill in their hearts. "The four of you have finally arrived." The Spirit Array Mountain Lord chuckled. "Congratulations, Spirit Array Mountain Lord. You have led the disciples of the Spirit Array Mountain to seize control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond for our Sky Array city." The 9-Array Pavilion Master chuckled as he adjusted his state of mind. "Yes, it's all thanks to the Spirit Array Mountain this time. Otherwise, the mysterious yellow celestial pond would have been seized by the Sky River Palace." The other three laughed as well. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord nodded his head slightly before saying, "The four of you, I already know the purpose of your trip. Naturally, I will give you the quota that I promised you." When the four of them heard this, their faces lit up with joy. However, the quota for the mysterious yellow celestial pond is limited. Therefore, each of the four great sects can only get one quota. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord continued. When they heard the Spirit Array Mountain Lord's words, the four of them exchanged glances. The 9-Array Pavilion Master stepped forward and said, "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, aren't you being too disappointed by this? Although the Spirit Array Mountain is the overlord of our Sky Array city, without the support of small factions like us, would the Spirit Array Mountain be able to develop to its current state?" The 9-Array Pavilion Master questioned. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord had already expected that the four of them would not be convinced. Therefore, he naturally had a countermeasure. "Oh, you think that there are too few quotas?" The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sneered. "That's right, it's too few. A sect should have at least 3 quotas. The Lord of Dazzling Gold said coldly. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sneered. Soon after, an extremely wild aura exploded from his body. In the next moment, the wild aura enveloped the four of them. This is the peak of the 9th level condensing reality realm. When the four of them sensed the powerful aura, their faces changed drastically. Previously, they knew that the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was powerful. However, they did not expect his cultivation to have reached such a level. "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, do you want to start a war with the four great sect?" The Tower Cloud Pavilion Master glared at him as he questioned. "I'm only telling you that the Spirit Array Mountain is still the overlord of Sky Array City." As soon as the Spirit Array Mountain Master finished speaking, 2 white-haired elders appeared beside him, one on his left and one on his right. Their auras were exactly the same as the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. This scene caused the four leaders to be extremely shocked. There were actually 3 peak of the 9th level condensing reality realm experts in the Spirit Array Mountain. The auras of the 3 of them suppressed the 4 leaders, causing them to be extremely shocked. After a long while, the 9 Formation Pavilion Master spoke. "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, you've really hidden your strength well." The 9 Formation Pavilion Master said word by word. "The 4 great sect belongs to Sky Array City. We belong to the same camp as the Spirit Array Mountain. Therefore, we cannot have internal strife. Since the Spirit Array Mountain Lord has given us a quota, we will naturally accept it." The 9 Formation Pavilion Master said unwillingly. The other 3 also nodded. If the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was the only expert in the Spirit Array Mountain, then the 4 great sect would have nothing to fear. However, the situation was different now. The Spirit Array Mountain actually had 3 such experts. Moreover, they could break through to the Spirit Whirlpool realm at any time. The Spirit Whirlpool realm was an expert that surpassed the condensing reality realm. That kind of expert could open up the Spirit Whirlpool in the Chi Sea. They were extremely powerful and could easily destroy a city. That would be for the best. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord said with a smile as he retracted his aura. "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, we came to the Spirit Array Mountain this time for the quota. Now that we have the quota, we will take our leave." With the 9 Formation Pavilion Master leading the way, the 4 leaders left one after another. After the 4 leaders left, the 2 elders instantly disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chen came in from the back door. Fang Chen, are you wondering why I did not attack them since we have already broken off our relationship? The Spirit Array Mountain Lord looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he did not understand. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sighed and said, although our Spirit Array Mountain has an absolute advantage against the Four Great Sect, the Four Great Sect has a long history and a deep foundation. If we force a battle, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Before I have absolute confidence, I cannot take the risk. Hearing this, Fang Chen expressed that he understood the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. If he was alone, he would not have any worries. However, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was different. He had the entire Spirit Array Mountain on his shoulders. He could not let his emotions affect his decisions. At this moment, below the Spirit Array Mountain, the four leaders' faces were ashen. I never thought that there would be 3 peerless experts in the Spirit Array Mountain. The dazzling Gold Mountain Lord said coldly. We cannot sit and wait. Once the 3 peerless experts in the Spirit Array Mountain break through to the Spirit Whirlpool realm, our Four Great Sect will definitely be swallowed by the Spirit Array Mountain. The Cloud Pavilion Master said. That's right. We must be prepared and take the initiative to attack. The Skyscraping Palace Master said. This matter is a little complicated. Let's discuss it when we return. The 9 Array Pavilion Master pondered for a moment before speaking softly. With the deterrence of the Spirit Array Mountain, the Four Great Sect became much more well-behaved. At the very least, they did not dare to act against Fang Chen openly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since they returned to Sky Array City. During these 3 days, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord had more or less made arrangements. After the final quota was confirmed, they could head to the mysterious yellow immortal pond. During these few days, Fang Chen had been idling. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he was temporarily unable to break through. Hence, he decided to stop cultivating. One day, Fang Chen was drinking tea. Suddenly, a disciple ran in front of Fang Chen, panting. Senior brother Fang, someone asked me to pass a message to you. The disciple said. Yes. Fang Chen put down his teacup and was a little puzzled. In Sky Array City, there is an array master called the Flame Grandmaster. He sent a warrior to the Spirit Array Mountain and said that he wanted to see you. However, he was stopped outside the mountain gate. Then, he asked me to pass a message to you, saying that the Flame Grandmaster has something to ask of you. The disciple said. When Fang Chen heard this, he immediately stood up and asked, where is that warrior? He's still in front of the mountain gate. The disciple said. Fang Chen nodded. His figure flashed and he instantly disappeared from the courtyard. After a while, Fang Chen appeared in front of the mountain gate. At this moment, there was a warrior in front of the mountain gate. He was peeking inside the Spirit Array Mountain. When he saw Fang Chen appear, the warrior's face was filled with joy. You were sent by the Flame Grandmaster? Fang Chen asked directly. Chapter 486. After Fang Chen understood the situation, he went to the residence of the Flame Master in Sky Array City. Usually, the residence of the Flame Master was very lively. However, it was very quiet today. After Fang Chen entered the residence, he looked around and realized that the Flame Master was in the garden. Flame Master. Fang Chen came to the garden and saw that the Flame Master was drinking alone. He didn't look too good. Fang Chen, you're here. The Flame Master's eyes lit up when he saw Fang Chen. Flame Master, what trouble have you encountered? Fang Chen asked directly. After he came to Sky Array City, he had a good relationship with the Flame Master. Although the Flame Master had been humiliated by him when he gave a public lecture, the Flame Master had invited him to stay in his residence. This time, when he heard that the Flame Master was in trouble, Fang Chen rushed over immediately. It's a long story. The Flame Master looked helpless. He shook his head and said, ever since you broke off relations with the Four Major Sect, they found out that I have a good relationship with you. They've been sending their disciples to harass my residents. In the past few days, they've even come to my shop to cause trouble. Hearing the Flame Master's words, Fang Chen was stunned. His heart was filled with anger. The Four Major Sect were too despicable. They didn't dare to deal with him, but they actually dared to deal with the Flame Master. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a little ashamed. He hadn't expected that the Flame Master's trouble was caused by him. As an array formation master, the Flame Grandmaster had a great reputation in Sky Array City. He had a huge shop in Sky Array City. The items sold in the shop were items that had been inlaid into weapons or props through the hands of Flame Masters. This way, even warriors who weren't array masters could buy them. All along, the Flame Master's shop had been doing very well. After a few days of torment, there were no longer any cultivators who dared to come to his store to buy things. This caused his store's business to plummet. Moreover, the 4 major sect's disciples would harass him from time to time. This made the Flame Master miserable. The Flame Grandmaster was just an insignificant array Grandmaster. His strength was limited, and he was no match for the 4 major sect. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask for Fang Chen's help. Fang Chen clenched his fists after listening to Flame Master's story. His heart was filled with hatred for the 4 great sect. The young disciples of the 4 great sect go to your store every day to cause trouble, Fang Chen asked. The Flame Grandmaster nodded, his face filled with helplessness. Array masters were a money-burning profession. They needed a large number of spirit stones to buy the materials needed to set up the array. Moreover, they also needed to buy the materials needed to experiment with the array. Therefore, the business of the Flame Grandmaster's shop plummeted. After he was unable to earn spirit stones, his capital chain was broken. This made the Flame Grandmaster feel helpless. "Let's go and have a look at your shop," Fang Chen said. With the deterrence of Mount Lingzhan, the leaders of the 4 great sect would definitely not dare to openly attack him within Sky Array City. Apart from the 4 great sect leaders, none of the younger disciples of the 4 great sect would be a match for him. Under the Flame Grandmaster's lead, the 2 of them quickly arrived in front of his shop. This was the Flame Grandmaster's shop. This shop's location was extremely good. It was at the very center of Sky Array City. There was a huge flow of people here. Around the shop, there were streets that extended in all directions. When Fang Chen and the Flame Master arrived, they saw many martialists standing at the entrance of the shop. They were looking inside, but they didn't dare to enter. The Flame Grandmaster brought Fang Chen into the shop. At this time, other than a few staff members, there were also several martial artists. Looking at their robes, they should be disciples of the Cloud Pavilion. "This thing isn't bad." A female disciple from the Cloud Pavilion saw a bracelet and carefully played with it as she laughed. Hearing that, a male disciple walked over to the female disciple and picked up the bracelet. He asked, "How much is this bracelet?" "Mister, this bracelet was personally made by the Flame Grandmaster. It's embedded with a peak-grade Yuan tier formation. The price is a bit more expensive. It's 8 million high-grade spirit stones." The male disciple sneered, "A mere broken bracelet dares to ask for such a high price. Is this a black shop?" "Mister, Before the staff member could finish speaking, the male disciple slapped him across the face. He said icily, "It's your luck that my Cloud Pavilion's disciples are interested in your shop's items. My junior sister really likes this bracelet. I'll take it. If you don't like it, you can come to the Cloud Pavilion to find us." The male disciple took the bracelet and handed it to the female disciple. He smiled, "Junior sister, you're even more beautiful with this bracelet." After saying that, the Cloud Pavilion's disciples prepared to leave. They had received orders from the higher-ups to visit the array formation shop every day. They had to do their best to destroy the business of the array formation shop. Today, after their destruction, the outer sect's disciples didn't dare come in to buy anything. The disciples were all smiles. Just as the male disciple turned around to leave, he bumped into Fang Chen with a bang. Fang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Brat, do you not have eyes?" The male disciple steadied himself and cursed furiously. "Taking something and not paying for it. That's not good." Fang Chen grinned. The Flame Grandmaster didn't say anything. "Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in our Cloud Pavilion's business?" icily asked the male disciple. He could only be considered an ordinary disciple in the Cloud Pavilion, so it was normal that he didn't recognize Fang Chen. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Put down the bracelet and scram, or pay 8 million high-grade spirit stones and then scram. Fang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. Brat, you're courting death. The Cloud Pavilion's disciples roared, wanting to attack. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen was the first to attack. With his current strength, dealing with these small fries was too easy. In the blink of an eye, the Cloud Pavilion's disciples were all lying on the ground, letting out miserable cries. Only that female disciple stood there stiffly, not moving at all. It wasn't until this moment that the disciples of Lu Yun Pavilion realized that they had kicked an iron plate. They kept begging for mercy. Sir, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. It's our fault. We shouldn't have taken the items and not paid. We'll put them back. After saying that, the disciple quickly put the bracelet back and prepared to leave. Leave behind 1 million high-grade spirit stones and scram, said Fang Chen. Although the disciples were furious, they still pooled together 1 million high-grade spirit stones and miserably fled. Fang Chen handed the 1 million high-grade spirit stones to the Flame Grandmaster. Consider this a bit of compensation. Then, Fang Chen walked out of the Array Formation item store and said loudly, Everyone, the Array Formation item store is officially open for business from today onwards. I hope everyone can come and visit. After dealing with the Cloud Pavilion's disciples, the Array Formation item store slowly regained its popularity. Seeing this scene, the Flame Grandmaster's face was full of smiles, but at the same time, he was also worried about the Cloud Pavilion's revenge. However, after seeing Fang Chen's confident smile, he didn't think too much about it. Inside the Cloud Pavilion, in a courtyard, the disciples who had been beaten up by Fang Chen hurriedly ran into the courtyard. Senior Brother Liu, you must avenge us, cried the male disciple from before. What happened? Senior Brother Liu looked around at the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on the female disciple. Senior Brother Liu, we went to the Array Formation item store as usual today to destroy it, but we didn't expect to meet an unfamiliar martial artist. He injured us and even threatened that there was no one in the younger generation of the Cloud Pavilion, said the male disciple painfully. Senior Brother Liu's face changed slightly when he heard that. Is that true? It's absolutely true, said the male disciple. A mere Array Formation item store. Senior Brother Liu sneered. The next day, Senior Brother Liu went to the Array Formation item store to avenge his disciples. However, when he saw Fang Chen, his entire body trembled. Why was this god of plague here? Fang Chen, why are you here? Senior Brother Liu's body trembled uncontrollably. His voice was filled with terror. If I didn't come, were you going to tear down the Array Formation item store? Asked Fang Chen. No, I wouldn't dare. I'll leave now. Senior Brother Liu turned and prepared to leave. No one would dare to provoke a god of plague like Fang Chen. He had killed 2 generations of the 4 great sect's disciples and was still able to live in Heavenly Array City. Senior Brother Liu felt his scalp go numb when he thought of that. You come and go as you please, sneered Fang Chen. Crash. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Chen grabbed Senior Brother Liu. Leave behind 5 million high-grade spirit stones and then scram. Also, if I discover any disciples of the Cloud Pavilion appearing here in the future, I definitely won't show any mercy. As he spoke, a wild killing intent emanated from Fang Chen's body, causing Senior Brother Liu to tremble uncontrollably. Senior Brother Liu didn't have 5 million high-grade spirit stones on him. Helpless, he could only hand over 1 million high-grade spirit stones and leave behind an IOU for Fang Chen. Only then did he leave the Array Formation item store. Looking at the Array Formation item store in the distance, Senior Brother Liu was infuriated. It really is a nest of devils, said Senior Brother Liu gloomily. Following Senior Brother Liu's death, no one within the Cloud Pavilion dared to cause trouble in the Array Formation item store. When the Cloud Pavilion's higher-ups learned of this matter, they immediately gave the order to stop destroying the Array Formation item store. Chapter 487. In 3 consecutive days, the disciples of Mount Dazzling Gold lost 6 million to Fang Chen, the disciples of 9 Array Pavilion lost 8 million to Fang Chen, and the disciples of Mortian Palace lost 10 million to Fang Chen. Music novel. However, the disciples of the 3 sect basically gave out some on the spot, and the rest were IOUs. In just 2 days, Fang Chen received IOUs worth 20 million. Of course, this did not include the spiritual stones given by the disciples on the spot. Fang Chen looked at the IOUs worth 20 million with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. After 2 days of reorganization, the disciples of the Four Sect no longer dared to cause trouble in the array formation item shop. The array formation item shop gradually regained its former prosperity. For this, the Flame Master was very grateful to Fang Chen. One day, Fang Chen was chatting with the Flame Master in the array formation item shop when he suddenly received a message that they were ready to move. Then, Fang Chen quickly went to the square of Sky Array City. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, the disciples of Ling Array Mountain had already arrived. The disciples of the other sect had also arrived. When Ling Array Mountain Master saw Fang Chen, his face was full of smiles as he asked, "Fang Chen, where have you been these past few days?" "I went to visit my good friend," Fang Chen said. After a few days, Ling Array Mountain Master had finally finished distributing the slots. The Four Sect would each have a slot, while the other sect would either share a slot or not. The leaders of the Four sects had personally brought their disciples over. When they saw Fang Chen, they were furious, but they suppressed it in the end. Everyone is almost ready. Today, I will lead everyone to the mysterious yellow celestial pond," Ling Array Mountain Master said. The leaders of the various sects nodded, indicating that they were ready. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly spoke. "Mountain Master, I still have some matters to attend to. Can I have some time?" Fang Chen asked with a smile. When Ling Array Mountain Master heard this, he nodded and said, "Of course." When Fang Chen heard this, he took a step forward and looked at the leaders of the Four sects. Then, he took out the 20 million IOUs and said, "These are the IOUs that the disciples of the Four sects have given me. They hope that you can return these spiritual stones to me before I leave." Right after Fang Chen spoke, the entire plaza went into an uproar. Countless cultivators were startled. The faces of the leaders of the top four sects changed slightly. Their eyebrows were filled with displeasure. 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master. Nothing much. I just hope that the four great sects will return the spirit stones you owe me. Fang Chen grinned. As for the specifics, you should ask your disciples. The leaders of the four great sects questioned their own disciples. After a series of inquiries, they learned of the specific situation and were furious. "Fang Chen, are you courting death?" roared the 9 Array Pavilion Master furiously. A junior had actually dared to humiliate the leaders of the four sects over and over again. That infuriated them greatly. "No matter what, you are Sky Array City's older generation experts. How can you threaten a junior?" said Ling Array Mountain Master. Hearing Lingzhen Mountain Lord's words, the leaders of the four great sects restrained themselves slightly. Fang Chen handed the IOUs to the four sect leaders. When the four of them saw it, their faces turned ashen. A bunch of trash. They had sent their disciples to destroy the formation store. But they hadn't expected that not only had they failed, but they had even been extorted by Fang Chen. Among them, the skyscraping palace master was the most helpless. Of the four sects, they had lost the most spiritual stones. "You four, pay up the spirit stones you owe Fang Chen. Then we'll go to the Xianhuang Immortal Pond." Ling Array Mountain Master grinned. Although the four of them were infuriated, they wouldn't let the spirit stones affect their plan to go to the Xianhuang Immortal Pond. In the end, the four of them reluctantly paid back all their spirit stones to Fang Chen. Then they angrily tore up the IOUs. Fang Chen smiled with satisfaction when he received 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Only after reaching the true condensation realm did Fang Chen realize that the amount of spirit stones in his pockets was becoming less and less. He only had 30 million spirit stones left. Adding on the 20 million, he had 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a good thing. Seeing the sullen faces of the leaders of the four sects, the Spirit Array Mountain Master's face was full of smiles as he led the crowd out of Sky Array City. The Xianhuang Immortal Pond was located in a strange realm between Sky Array City and Skywater City. This strange realm was heavily guarded. Under normal circumstances, ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to enter. Under Lingaray Mountain Master's lead, the group arrived in front of the strange realm and entered it. This strange realm was like a space of its own. Fang Chen was a little surprised. After entering the strange realm, he realized that there were many elders of the Sky Water Palace here. They hadn't completely left the place. After Lingaray Mountain Master brought them here, he started to take over the Xianhuang Immortal Pond. However, during the process, something happened. The elders of the Sky Water Palace seemed a little reluctant and made things difficult for him. The most obvious thing was that, according to Lingaray Mountain Master's instructions, Fang Chen was taking over the courtyard where the disciples lived. The elder in charge of these courtyards was at the 7th condensing reality realm. He wasn't very strong, but he had a cold personality. When he saw that Fang Chen was a young disciple, he looked down on Fang Chen and deliberately made things difficult for Fang Chen. There are a total of 30 courtyards here. The Sky Water Palace elder said coldly. Fang Chen nodded and began to check. After checking, Fang Chen realized that there weren't 30 courtyards. This made Fang Chen very confused. He asked, "There aren't 30 courtyards?" The Sky Water Palace elder sneered and didn't answer Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen realize that he had been played by the Sky Water Palace elder. He was furious. "You're playing with me," Fang Chen said coldly. "Brat, if it weren't for Lingaray Mountain, I would have killed you with one slap if you dared to talk to me like that." The Sky Water Palace elder sneered. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. In an instant, a wild aura erupted from his body. He punched the Sky Water Palace elder, sending him flying. How is this possible? The Sky Water Palace elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Fang Chen was so strong. After being taught a lesson by Fang Chen, the Sky Water Palace elder became much more obedient. In the end, Fang Chen successfully took over the courtyard. In about a day's time, Lingaray Mountain had taken over everything in the wondrous realm. They even took over the mysterious yellow immortal pond. The next day, all the people in Skywater City left. Sky Array City's martial artists entered the wondrous realm. For the next year, the mysterious yellow immortal pond will belong to my Sky Array City. I hope you'll be able to gain enough when you enter the mysterious yellow immortal pond, laughed Lingaray Mountain's master. At the very center of the wondrous realm was an extremely large pond. This pond was filled with yellow mist. Underneath the yellow mist was a large amount of pond water. Although the pond water looked clear, it was actually very turbid. "This is the mysterious yellow immortal pond?" asked Fang Chen as he looked at the mysterious yellow immortal pond. "Correct, this is the mysterious yellow immortal pond." Lingaray Mountain's master gave everyone a detailed explanation of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Because the water within the mysterious yellow immortal pond is too tyrannical, each time you enter it, you can only cultivate for 6 hours. You have to come out, or your life will be in danger. After Lingaray Mountain's master's explanation, everyone understood the mysterious yellow immortal pond. At this moment, Fang Chen sensed the movements of the Banxianshu and Little Mouse within the special spatial ring. The two of them seemed to be very interested in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. That wasn't all. Even Ancestor Bronze, who was in the python sword form, was stirring restlessly. He told Fang Chen that there was a special aura in the mysterious yellow immortal pond that could restore his remnant consciousness. After everything was settled, the first batch of cultivators began to enter the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Within the mysterious yellow immortal pond, Fang Chen was floating 300 meters deep, absorbing the energy within the mysterious yellow immortal pond. This mysterious yellow immortal pond is really mysterious. After entering the mysterious yellow immortal pond, Fang Chen discovered that not only could the mysterious yellow immortal pond temper a cultivator's physical body, but it could also temper a cultivator's soul. In short, the mysterious yellow immortal pond was a sacred cultivation ground. As for the Banxianshu and Little Mouse, they had long since disappeared without a trace. Ancestor Bronze within the python sword was also wildly absorbing the mysterious yellow immortal pond's aura. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During this time, more and more cultivators came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Only Ding Chuan managed to last for 6 hours. Once everyone came out, Lingaray Mountain's master did a head count and found that they were still missing one person. After checking, he found that Fang Chen still hadn't come out. Fang Chen still hasn't come out? Lingaray Mountain's master was shocked. Ding Chuan's eyes also flickered as he looked at the mysterious yellow immortal pond. As for the disciples of the 4 great sects disciples, they sneered inwardly. They felt that Fang Chen was too arrogant. If he didn't come out after 6 hours, he might die in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. At this time, within the mysterious yellow immortal pond, Fang Chen's sword body was being tempered by the water. After 6 hours of tempering, Fang Chen felt his sword body suddenly emit a buzzing sound. In the next moment, Fang Chen found that his sword body had broken through. The early stage of body refinement had broken through to the mid-stage of body refinement. The sword intent contained within his sword body had reached the peak, and his sword body's defense had also increased. The mid-stage of body refinement was equivalent to the 5 elements Tao body. But it was much stronger than the 5 elements Tao body. My sword body has broken through. Fang Chen was full of smiles. The further he advanced, the harder it was for his sword body to break through. Of course, the stronger his sword body, the deeper Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword Tao would be. Chapter 488. After 6 hours, Fang Chen successfully broke through to the body forging realm. After that, Fang Chen's speed of absorbing the mysterious yellow immortal pond's aura became faster and faster. Musicals and novels at this moment, outside of the mysterious yellow celestial pond, the disciples led by the Lingzhen Mountain Master were all shocked. Every disciple could only last for 3 days in the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Fang Chen had already lasted for more than 6 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? The mountain lord muttered to himself. Ding Chuan's eyes flickered as he said, there won't be any accidents, right? In the past, some disciples had dived too deep into the mysterious yellow immortal pond, causing the pressure to be too great. As a result, their physical bodies collapsed. Probably not. Although there was danger in the mysterious yellow immortal pond, the mountain lord knew that Fang Chen wasn't a reckless person. Time passed bit by bit. After 10 hours, Fang Chen finally came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Seeing Fang Chen appear, the mountain lord's face was filled with joy as he asked, Fang Chen, are you alright? Fang Chen shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. The disciples let out a sigh of relief. Right now, Fang Chen was the peak expert of their Sky Array city's younger generation. Even in the entire southern mountain region, he was considered an outstanding disciple. If anything happened to Fang Chen, it would be their Sky Array city's loss. Of course, the disciples of the 4 great sect couldn't wait for Fang Chen to die immediately. Unfortunately, they couldn't get their wish. Just like that, the disciples all stayed in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Almost every day, they would enter the mysterious yellow immortal pond to cultivate. As for the mountain lord, after staying in the mysterious realm for a few days, he quietly left. This was because the Sky Array city's mountain lord still needed him to oversee it. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been cultivating in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. After his body forging realm reached the body forging realm, it stopped improving. Fang Chen began to refine his soul. After a round of refinement, Fang Chen's soul had reached the mid-orange grade. This made Fang Chen very happy. After his soul reached the mid-orange grade, Fang Chen's soul cultivation also reached the mid-second grade. His Deluo soul killer flame was also cultivated to the Great Circle. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Within these 3 months, Fang Chen had successfully broken through to the 5th condensing reality realm. After reaching the 5th level of the condensing reality realm, Fang Chen's overall strength had increased. Combined with the 5th level of the Phantom Sword Art, Fang Chen's true strength could easily defeat a mid-8th level condensing reality realm warrior. He could even challenge a late 8th level condensing reality realm warrior, or even a peak 8th level condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chen could be considered a top genius in the entire southern mountain land. During these 3 months, Fang Chen had been looking for clues about the heaven-raising gate. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't find any clues. During this time, the Banxianshu had also begun to transform because it had absorbed a large amount of water from the mysterious yellow immortal pond. The remnant consciousness of the bronze ancestor had also grown a lot stronger. Of course, the one who had transformed the most was the little mouse. Although he hadn't seen it cultivate, during this time in the mysterious yellow immortal pond, the little mouse's strength was actually on par with Fang Chen's. This made Fang Chen very shocked. What race is the little mouse? How did its strength increase so quickly? Until now, Fang Chen still didn't know what race the little mouse was. Even if he worked hard to cultivate, he still couldn't catch up with the little mouse who stayed in the special space ring every day. However, Fang Chen could only sigh. During this time, most of the disciples who had entered the mysterious yellow immortal pond had improved a lot. However, they still couldn't compare with Fang Chen. Today, Fang Chen entered the mysterious yellow immortal pond with ease. After this period of cultivation, Fang Chen could already dive to a depth of 1,000 meters in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. This depth was quite stressful for Fang Chen. However, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation to cultivate. As usual, Fang Chen began to temper his body. After tempering for about an hour, Fang Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Within the Xianhuang immortal pond, a series of obscure voices could be heard. Although these voices were obscure, Fang Chen still managed to catch them. What is this sound? Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the bottomless bottom of the mysterious yellow immortal pond in horror. These obscure sounds came from the bottom of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Fang Chen was shocked. Just as he was shocked, Fang Chen suddenly saw a vortex. The vortex was very small at first, but in the blink of an eye, it became extremely huge. Immediately after, a wild suction force instantly spread out from the whirlpool. When Fang Chen sensed this terrifying suction force, his heart was filled with fear. He let out a low cry and instantly rushed out of the Xianhuang celestial pond. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Fang Chen made his move, some of the other disciples also sensed that something was wrong and kept running away. However, the vortex expanded very quickly, faster than the speed of everyone's escape. Some disciples couldn't escape in time and were instantly sucked in by the vortex. Then, a scream was heard. Whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen used his fastest speed to rush out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. After stabilizing his body, he stood on the ground outside the mysterious yellow immortal pond. At this time, martial artists escaped from the mysterious yellow immortal pond one after another. They looked at the mysterious yellow immortal pond in horror. Their faces were full of shock. Fang Chen, what's going on? As soon as Ding Chuan escaped, he found Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this time, the elders stationed in the wondrous realm rushed over. As the vortex in the mysterious yellow immortal pond grew bigger, the water in the mysterious yellow immortal pond began to spin. The ground in the wondrous realm was constantly shaking, as if an earthquake was about to happen. What Fang Chen and the others didn't know was that the mysterious yellow immortal pond's shaking had attracted the attention of the entire southern mountainland. At this time, all the forces in the southern mountainland were looking in the direction of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Their eyes were filled with passion. Sky Array City, Spiritual Array Mountain. The Spiritual Array Mountain Lord was presiding over the daily affairs of Spiritual Array Mountain. Suddenly, he felt the Sky Array City shaking. Immediately after, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord raised his head and looked up. To his surprise, he discovered that a strange phenomenon had appeared in the sky above the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Could it be? At this moment, the Spiritual Array Mountain Lord thought of something. It was about the heaven-raising gate. Thinking of this, the Spiritual Array Mountain Lord put down what he was doing and disappeared from Spiritual Array Mountain in a flash. At this moment, the mysterious yellow celestial pond in the Wonderland had already changed. The whirlpool within the mysterious yellow celestial pond had already been enlarged to its maximum size. Within the whirlpool, there was a wild attractive force that caused countless martial artists to retreat one after another, afraid that they would be sucked in by this wild attractive force. What's going on? Fang Chen thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge vortex. At this time, old ancestor Bronze spoke. There seems to be something coming out from the vortex. Hearing old ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen was shocked. Then, he looked at the vortex and thought to himself. None of the people present realized that there was a little mouse and a Banxianshu in the vortex. At this time, the Banxianshu was trapped in the vortex and almost died. Its whole body was charred black and it was severely injured. If it wasn't for the blood that the little mouse gave it, it would have been sucked dry. Brother Mouse, can we get out? The Banxianshu groaned in pain. Its whole body was wrapped around the little mouse's body. At this time, the little mouse's small body was floating in the vortex. Although the suction force of the vortex was strong, it had no effect on the little mouse. The little mouse opened its eyes wide and looked at the depths of the vortex, motionless. This situation lasted for about a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the little mouse's body moved. Rays of black light rushed out from the depths of the vortex. Seeing this, the little mouse opened its small claws and rushed towards the rays of black light. In an instant, it grasped one of the rays of black light. At this time, the whole Nanling land shook. Countless rays of black light shot out from the gigantic vortex. These rays of black light emitted a terrifying glow as they shot up into the sky and landed in every corner of the southern mountain land. Boom! When the black light rushed out of the vortex, the entire mysterious yellow celestial pond boiled instantly. Endless amounts of water rushed out of the mysterious yellow celestial pond, causing countless martialists to retreat one after another. Even Fang Chen was unable to withstand this powerful force, and his body was continuously pushed back. Rumble. A deafening sound came out from the vortex. When the rays of black light disappeared into the sky, the water in the vortex slowly returned to normal. In the midst of everyone's shock, the vortex shattered and the water returned to the mysterious yellow immortal pond. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious yellow immortal pond returned to its original state. What were those rays of black light? Fang Chen was shocked and asked hurriedly. The mountain master is on his way. We are not sure. An elder said. The trembling of the mysterious yellow immortal pond attracted the attention of the entire Nanling land. When the rays of black light rushed into the sky, the entire Nanling land was in an uproar. Countless forces were fighting for the rays of black light. In just a day, a piece of news spread across the entire Nanling land. The mysterious yellow immortal pond was in an uproar. The keys to the old site of the heaven-raising gate had appeared and were scattered in every corner of the Nanling land. What kind of existence was the heaven-raising gate? Many forces in the Nanling land were clear about it. When they found out that the rays of black light were the keys to the old site of the heaven-raising gate, they went crazy. The entire Nanling land was in a frenzy. Countless forces were searching for the rays of black light that were scattered everywhere. In the Wonderland, Fang Chen was shocked when he heard the news. At the same time, he felt pity. He was the closest to the mysterious yellow immortal pond, but he didn't even get a single ray of black light. That's the key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate. Fang Chen's heart ached. The heaven-raising gate was a taboo for every warrior. If he could enter the old site of the heaven-raising gate, he might be able to get a fortuitous encounter and soar into the sky. Chapter 489. The key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate caused an uproar in the southern mountain land. Countless forces came out to search for the key. Even the older generation experts came out to search for the key. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the key was basically in the hands of the various forces. Finally, the news of the key reached Fang Chen's ears. The key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate was divided into 8 parts. There were a total of 8 parts. The 3-star sect obtained 1 part each. The Qin family and the Wu family also obtained 1 part each. There was a mysterious force with many experts that obtained 2 parts. As for the last part, its whereabouts were unknown. When this news spread, the mysterious force that invaded the southern mountain land also gradually surfaced. Previously, this mysterious force was only known by the top forces in the southern mountainland. However, this time, everyone knew about it. Even the three-star sect could only obtain one part of the key. This mysterious force actually obtained two parts of the key. However, this mysterious force was very powerful. No one dared to have any ideas about this mysterious force. In the beginning, some of the weaker warriors obtained the key. However, they were killed by the stronger warriors and the key was snatched away. In these 3 days, there were many condensing reality realm warriors that died. Even some of the older generation condensing reality realm warriors lost their lives because of the key. However, as the key was in the hands of the top forces in the southern mountainland, the battles gradually disappeared. No matter how strong the warriors were, they did not dare to challenge these forces. And from the clues left behind by the key, these large powers obtained some clues regarding the heaven-raising gate. Originally, the top forces were prepared to exclude all the warriors and join forces to search for the old site of the heaven-raising gate. However, after searching for many days, they still could not find the whereabouts of the last part of the key. This made the leaders of the top sect feel helpless. In the end, they decided to announce the information they obtained from the key to the entire southern mountainland. When the approximate location of the old site of the heaven-raising gate was announced, countless warriors stood up and headed towards that area. Although they did not have the key, they still wanted to fish in troubled waters. Who knows, they might be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter. At the same time, the leaders of the top sect also arranged for the warriors to head towards the old site of the heaven-raising gate. At this moment, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord had arrived in the strange realm. He checked the mysterious yellow celestial pond but did not discover anything. Mountain Master Ling Zhan, are the rumors outside true or false? Ding Chuan's eyes blazed. The Spirit Array Mountain Master nodded and said, the rumors outside are true. A few days ago, the mysterious yellow celestial pond went berserk, and 8 black rays of light shot into the sky. That was the key to opening the old site of the heaven-raising gate. It's a pity that our Spirit Array Mountain did not obtain it. The Spirit Array Mountain Master knew his own limits. Of the powers that had obtained the key, which one of them wasn't stronger than the Spirit Array Mountain? Since the Spirit Array Mountain hadn't obtained the key, the Spirit Array Mountain Master had directly ordered them not to participate in this operation. Mountain Master Ling Zhan could imagine that a large number of martial artists would lose their lives when the heaven-raising gate appeared. You guys can cultivate in the Xianhuang Celestial Pond with peace of mind, Mountain Master Ling Zhan said in a low voice before turning around to leave. In a courtyard somewhere in the Wonderland, Fang Chen was sitting on a stone bench. He was thinking about what had happened over the past few days. Just then, the little mouse appeared in front of him with a big smile on his face. Chirp! The little mouse was chirping at Fang Chen. Suddenly, a triangular jade pendant appeared in his little paw. This jade pendant was completely black and faintly emitted a terrifying aura. When Fang Chen saw the triangular jade pendant, he took it and looked at it carefully. When Fang Chen saw that there was an incomplete heaven word on the triangular jade pendant, he was shocked. He then looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse nodded at Fang Chen. This is the heaven-raising gate key. Fang Chen looked at the little mouse in disbelief and cried out involuntarily. Seeing the little mouse nod, Fang Chen was completely dumbfounded. The 8th key that the major powers in the outside world were desperately searching for was actually in the hands of the little mouse. How did you get it? After a long time, Fang Chen tried his best to calm his excitement and put away the triangular jade pendant. The little mouse chirped and gestured. In the end, Fang Chen found out that the little mouse had snatched it from the whirlpool. He sighed in his heart. Luckily, he had the little mouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained anything from this trip to the heaven-raising gate. But it was different now. With the 8th key, Fang Chen had the qualifications to participate in the operations of the major powers. Fang Chen naturally knew the importance of the heaven-raising gate key. If others knew that the 8th key was in his hands, he would be killed by some experts before he could leave the wondrous realm. Therefore, for safety reasons, other than himself, he couldn't tell anyone else about this. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen thought of a plan. He then found Ding Chuan and told him that he had something to do and needed to return to Heaven Array City. Ding Chuan didn't think too much about it. He nodded and told Fang Chen to go back without worry. After Fang Chen left the wondrous realm, he immediately pushed his speed to the limit and headed towards the approximate location of the heaven-raising gate. Although the major powers had found some clues in the key, they didn't know the exact location of the heaven-raising gate. They could only deduce the approximate location. This location was in a famous danger zone in the southern mountainland. This danger zone was called the Godly Knife Mountain. The Godly Knife Mountain was a strange place in the southern mountainland. Every martialist who stepped on the Godly Knife Mountain would be seriously injured by the knife intent that came from all directions. Those who were weak would even be killed on the spot by the powerful knife intent. Only those who were extremely strong could climb the Godly Knife Mountain. Fang Chen's goal this time was the Godly Knife Mountain. Along the way, Fang Chen met many martialists who were walking in a hurry. Fang Chen guessed that these martialists were also heading towards the Godly Knife Mountain to try their luck. After walking for about 3 days, Fang Chen arrived at the Golden Mountain City. Let's go in and ask around. Fang Chen didn't want to walk around blindly. He needed to ask around. After arriving at the Golden Mountain City, Fang Chen found the most lively restaurant in the city. He drank while listening to the conversations of the many martialists in the restaurant. There was a table of martialists beside Fang Chen. These martialists looked like rogue cultivators. "Boss, is the old site of the heaven-raising gate really at the Godly Knife Mountain?" asked a martialist. "The whereabouts of the 8th key is still unknown. Since the major powers have spread the news, it means that they haven't found the 8th key. They want to attract the owner of the 8th key. It's very likely that the old site of the heaven-raising gate is at the Godly Knife Mountain," whispered the martialist called Boss. "I wonder who obtained the 8th key." Another martialist was puzzled. Recently, there have been experts heading towards the Celestial Water City and the Celestial Array City. The locations of the keys in these two cities are the closest. Some experts suspect that the 8th key is in one of these two cities, said the boss after thinking for a moment. Yes. If the 8th key is in one of these two cities, it's bound to be obtained by the Celestial Water Temple or the Spirit Array Mountain. If the key really is in their hands, I'm afraid they won't be able to keep it, whispered several martialists. Just at this moment, a martialist's voice attracted Fang Chen's attention. "Let's not talk about the 8th key. Even if it's in one of these two cities, it has nothing to do with us," said the martialist. "It's said that the Qin family has already arrived at the Godly Knife Mountain. The Qin family has already arrived. I wonder if Qin Yarrow has gone. Qin Yarrow's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. She has already become a peak expert of the Qin family's younger generation. It's said that during her seclusion, her cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds. Her strength is comparable to the top disciples of the 3-3-star sects. She is the future hope of the Qin family." Hearing Qin Yarrow's name, Fang Chen thought of the woman he had saved from the Qin family. He hadn't expected her to have grown to such a level after such a long time. "I wonder if I'll be able to meet my savior in the Godly Knife Mountain," muttered Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a group of cultivators suddenly entered the restaurant. When they saw the plump man leading the group, the cultivators in the restaurant all left. "Young Master Jiang is here. Quickly leave," said one of the fat man's subordinates. In the blink of an eye, all the martialists in the restaurant had left. Young Master Jiang's background was too great. They couldn't afford to provoke him. "Brat, why aren't you leaving?" asked one of them icily when they saw that Fang Chen hadn't moved at all. Fang Chen glanced at young Master Jiang and snorted. He didn't say anything. His subordinate was about to berate him, but he was stopped by young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang slowly walked in front of Fang Chen. One of his subordinates was about to attack him, but what young Master Jiang said next made everyone's jaws drop. "Young Master, my name is Jiang Tian. How about we be friends?" smiled Jiang Tian. Chapter 490. "I'm sorry, I don't want to be friends with fat people." Fang Chen glanced at the fat man, Jiang Tian, and said softly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the fat man, Jiang Tian's face kept changing. The subordinates behind him were furious. They directly stepped forward and shouted at Fang Chen. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? It's your fortune to be friends with our young master Jiang. How dare you refuse? You're really looking for death. There's actually someone in the Gold Mountain City who dares to call our young master Jiang a fat person. Kid, you're dead." The subordinates roared in anger. At this moment, there were many cultivators on the streets outside the restaurant. They were all peeking inside to watch. When they heard Fang Chen's words, their faces kept changing. They all shook their heads and felt sorry for Fang Chen. The Gold Mountain City was the world of the general family. The general family was the overlord of the Gold Mountain City. Although the general family's strength was not as strong as the spiritual Array Mountain, it was enough to make ordinary warriors look up to them. Usually, there were not many foreign warriors in the Gold Mountain City. Most of them were local warriors. These warriors also knew of the general family's reputation and did not dare to go against them. Jiang Tian was a younger generation disciple of the general family. It was said that Jiang Tian was the youngest son of the general family's head. His cultivation had also reached the 6th condensing reality realm. In the entire southern mountain land, Jiang Tian's strength was nothing in the younger generation. However, in the Gold Mountain City, Jiang Tian was a little overlord. Moreover, what Jiang Tian hated the most was people calling him a fat person. When Jiang Tian first entered the restaurant, he discovered that Fang Chen was not ordinary. He liked to make friends with young elites, so he took the initiative to make friends with Fang Chen. However, he did not expect that the latter would actually call him a fat person. This made Jiang Tian furious. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Say that again." Jiang Tian tried his best to calm the anger in his heart. He looked at Fang Chen and said with a smile, "I don't make friends with fat people," Fang Chen repeated when he heard that. With Fang Chen's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that Jiang Tian did not intend to befriend him. Instead, he was unable to see through Fang Chen. Therefore, he purposely used the excuse of befriending Fang Chen to probe Fang Chen. If Fang Chen's strength was inferior to his, Jiang Tian would definitely attack him. How could Fang Chen befriend a cultivator with such a temperament? Therefore, Fang Chen rejected him on the spot. However, Fang Chen's rejection completely infuriated Jiang Tian. His expression was ashen as he glared at Fang Chen with a sharp gaze. If looks could kill, then Fang Chen would have been killed by Jiang Tian. After Fang Chen said this, he picked up the teacup and continued to drink his tea. His face was calm, without any fear. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian turned his head to look at his subordinates, and then nodded slightly. When his subordinates saw this, they roared furiously and attacked together. They directly launched fierce attacks at Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! After several loud bangs, Jiang Tian discovered that his subordinates had all fallen to the ground and were letting out miserable cries. As for Fang Chen, he seemed to have not moved at all. He continued to sit on the stool and drink his tea. "Brat, just who are you?" At this moment, Jiang Tian finally realized Fang Chen's strength. He asked solemnly. "I'm just an ordinary cultivator," said Fang Chen. Jiang Tian's expression constantly changed. In the end, he clasped his hands at Fang Chen and turned to leave the restaurant. "Brat, offending my general family is not a wise choice." The insignificant Jiang Tian was unable to enter Fang Chen's discerning eyes. With Fang Chen's current strength, he did not fear the general family. His goal was the old site of the Divine Blade Mountain's heaven-raising gate. Not long after Jiang Tian left, he returned. This time, he appeared in the restaurant with a mysterious man. "Big brother, it's him. He's the one who bullied me." Jiang Tian pointed at Fang Chen. Beside Jiang Tian, Jiang Sheng smiled playfully. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Brat, you dare to offend the general family in Jinshan City? It seems you have something to rely on." Fang Chen drank his tea and directly ignored Jiang Sheng's words. Jiang Tian said, "Big brother, look at how arrogant this person is. He's even ignoring you." When Jiang Sheng saw Fang Chen's appearance, he was completely infuriated. In Jinshan City, There was no one who dared to ignore him like this. "Brat, you will pay the price for your actions," Jiang Sheng roared furiously. Immediately, a wild aura filled the restaurant. Just at this moment, Fang Chen stood up. He glanced at Jiang Sheng and said, "Do you really want to force me to take action? So what if I do? Unless you kneel and apologize to my brother, I'll make you wish you were dead," said Jiang Sheng coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "I won't easily take action. Once I do, you won't be able to bear the consequences." When he heard Fang Chen's words, Jiang Sheng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. "In Jinshan City, there is no price that I, Jiang Sheng, cannot bear." Jiang Sheng thought that Fang Chen was deliberately putting on an act. He had already made up his mind to directly cripple Fang Chen when he took action. "All right, then let's go outside and fight," said Fang Chen. This was a restaurant, so he couldn't use his full strength. Jiang Sheng nodded and took the lead to leave the restaurant. He then went to the plaza. It was currently noon, and the plaza was packed with people. When Jiang Sheng arrived, many cultivators left the plaza. Jiang Sheng stood there, waiting for Fang Chen to arrive. "Big brother, will he take the opportunity to escape?" Jiang Tian asked worriedly when he saw that Fang Chen still hadn't arrived. "Where can he run to in Jinshan City?" Jiang Sheng grinned. Just as the two brothers were talking, Fang Chen suddenly appeared. There were no spiritual qi fluctuations coming from his body. He just floated to the plaza. "And here I thought you would be a coward," sneered Jiang Tian. "Idiot," said Fang Chen. "Brat, in this battle, I'll break your tendons and cripple your cultivation base. You won't even be able to be an ordinary person," said Jiang Sheng sinisterly. Fang Chen looked at Jiang Sheng and Jiang Tian. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he said, "A direct battle is a bit boring. Why don't we make some prizes?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiang Sheng's eyes flickered and he asked, "What kind of bet do you want to make?" In Jiang Sheng's eyes, Fang Chen was just a small prey. No matter what bet he made, it would be given to him for free. "If you lose, give me all the information your family has on the Divine Blade Mountain." Fang Chen grinned. "Brat, your ambition isn't small. You actually want to obtain all the information about Godly Blade Mountain from our general family," sneered Jiang Sheng. "This time, there are many experts going to Godly Blade Mountain. Even I don't have any certainty. So what if you obtain it? Besides, it's in my hands. Do you agree or not?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "And if you lose?" Jiang Sheng didn't directly agree. "If I lose, I'll hand over 50 million high-grade spirit stones," said Fang Chen. Since he wanted information, he naturally had to make the bet more attractive. "Do you have 50 million high-grade spirit stones?" Jiang Sheng's eyes brightened when he heard Fang Chen's words. But after thinking for a moment, he coldly asked. Fang Chen's wrist shook. Immediately, all his spirit stones appeared on the square. Jiang Sheng's soul swept over them and instantly discovered that there were 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Before the surrounding cultivators could be shocked, Fang Chen had already stored the spirit stones into his spatial ring. "How about it? You're the #1 expert of the general family's younger generation. Don't tell me you don't dare to bet with me." Fang Chen smiled. "Big brother, bet with him. That's 50 million high-grade spirit stones." Jiang Tian shouted from the side. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment, then finally nodded his head. "If you're giving me 50 million high-grade spirit stones for free, I'll naturally accept it." Jiang Sheng sneered. In order to prevent Fang Chen from returning, he took out a scroll and said, "All the information our family has on the Divine Blade Mountain is on this scroll. If I lose, no, I definitely won't lose. Don't even think about getting this scroll." Fang Chen's eyes brightened when he saw the scroll. If he had this scroll, it would be much easier for him to enter the Divine Blade Mountain. At first, Fang Chen did not want to become friends with Jiang Tian. But later, Fang Chen suddenly thought of this. If he could take advantage of Jiang Sheng and obtain the information, then he could escape. Even if the general family was furious, they would not be able to find him. Moreover, with his strength, it would be easy for him to escape from the Golden Mountain City. At this moment, Fang Chen was secretly excited. Jiang Sheng's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 7th condensing reality realm. In his eyes, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. Kid, prepare to die. Rumble. Following Jiang Sheng's roar, a wild aura suddenly burst out from his body. In the next moment, Jiang Sheng exploded with a powerful battle strength and directly attacked Fang Chen. Child's play. Fang Chen sneered and used the phantom sword technique. Swoosh. With Fang Chen's current strength, dealing with a 8th condensing reality realm martial artist was a piece of cake. A mere 7th condensing reality realm martial artist was nothing. Catcher. Fang Chen's hidden star sword lightly collided with Jiang Sheng's fist. Jiang Sheng's body was immediately sent flying. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Chen only lightly swung his sword, but Jiang Sheng was directly sent flying. What's going on? Jiang Tian was puzzled. Jiang Sheng did his best to stabilize himself. He roared ferociously and charged at Fang Chen again. This time, Fang Chen exploded with a wild power, completely suppressing Jiang Sheng, making it difficult for the latter to move. Only now did Jiang Sheng discover in horror that Fang Chen's strength was not something he could compare with. Damn it, you lied to me. Jiang Sheng roared angrily, but his body was unable to move. Fang Chen leisurely appeared in front of Jiang Sheng, stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the scroll." "I haven't lost yet." Jiang Sheng roared, trying to break free from Fang Chen's suppression, but it was useless. Crack. Fang Chen used a little force and directly crushed a bone in Jiang Sheng's arm, causing Jiang Sheng to be in great pain. Chapter 491. Hand over the scroll. Fang Chen's voice entered Jiang Sheng's ears. At this moment, Jiang Sheng's whole body was in pain. His heart was filled with shock. How could this strange man be so strong? "You lied to me." Jiang Sheng roared in anger. He thought that Fang Chen was lying to him. The latter's strength was at the top even in the entire southern mountain land. "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. I'll give you 3 seconds. Fang Chen said coldly. The general family probably already knew about what happened in the plaza. They must be on their way. He could not waste any more time. Once the old monsters of the general family arrived, he would be in danger. Jiang Sheng seemed to be stalling for time, but the pressure that Fang Chen gave him was too dangerous. In the end, Jiang Sheng had no choice but to hand over the scroll. Fang Chen's foot landed on Jiang Sheng's body, sending the latter flying out. When Jiang Sheng stood up, Fang Chen's figure flashed, preparing to leave the Gold Mountain City. "Kid, you offended the general family. You can't escape from the Gold Mountain City." Jiang Sheng roared in anger. At this moment, the elders of the general family arrived. When the general family heard that someone bullied the Jiang brothers in the plaza, they immediately made a decision and sent 2 elders of the early stage of the condensing reality realm. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" As soon as the 2 elders appeared, they blocked Fang Chen's path. "Kid, you stole something from the general family and still want to leave," the other elder said angrily. The 2 elders formed a pincer formation and blocked Fang Chen's path. They wanted to capture Fang Chen and bring him back. "I beat up the young, and the old jumped out. The general family is just SOSO. Fang Chen sneered. "Kid with a sharp tongue," one of the elders said coldly, "let's attack together and suppress him." The 2 elders of the 8th stage of the condensing reality realm joined forces to attack Fang Chen. Their wild aura soared into the sky. These were the 2 strongest opponents Fang Chen had encountered since he came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. He pushed his sword body to the extreme and attacked with all his strength. A giant golden sword appeared above Fang Chen's head. He immediately released his Dharma idol and then used the phantom sword technique to attack the 2 elders. Bang bang bang, the hidden star sword used its absolute power to force back one of the elders. Then, Fang Chen backhanded his sword and stabbed another elder. There's something strange about this kid. After stabilizing his body, the elder who was forced back had a slight change in expression as he roared loudly. However, it was too late. Another elder who was attacking Fang Chen was suddenly struck by Fang Chen's phantom sword technique, and his body was sent flying. Whoosh! Fang Chen turned his head and glanced at Jiang Sheng. Then, His figure flashed and flew into the sky. He calmly left the Golden Mountain City. Seeing this kid escape, the two elders were furious and immediately chased after him. After half an hour, the two elders came back. Their faces were filled with anger. Two elders at the 8th level of the condensing reality realm were chasing a young warrior, but they lost him. This made them feel very helpless. Elders, where's that kid? Jiang Sheng asked hurriedly when he saw the two elders return. The two elders shook their heads slightly and did not speak. This matter instantly spread throughout the Golden Mountain City. Countless warriors were guessing Fang Chen's identity. Some even guessed that Fang Chen was the top disciple of one of the Three Stars sect. At this moment, in the General Family Mansion, the current head of the General Family had a serious expression. After listening to Jiang Sheng and the two elders, he felt that this matter was a little strange. That kid could easily escape from the two of you. His strength is comparable to the top young geniuses of the Southern Mountain Land. The head of the General Family said, "If I catch this kid, I will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death." One of the elders roared angrily. The head of the Jiang family pondered for a moment before saying, "If I'm not wrong, this kid shouldn't be a genius from one of those top factions. He only fought with Jiang Sheng to obtain a detailed report on the Godly Blade Mountain." "Head, what should we do now?" Jiang Sheng asked. "Our general family is already prepared. Starting tomorrow, we will advance at full speed towards the Godly Blade Mountain. This will be the opportunity for our Godly Blade Mountain to rise." The eyes of the head of the general family flashed with a trace of light. Outside the Golden Mountain City, on a plain 100 miles away, Fang Chen was advancing alone. It was naturally impossible for two 8th stage condensing reality realm warriors to catch up to him. If not for the fact that he was worried about the older generation warriors of the general family, Fang Chen would not have to be afraid of the two elders at all. Fang Chen's harvest from the trip to the Golden Mountain City was not small. He obtained detailed information about the Godly Blade Mountain, which made Fang Chen very happy. At this moment, Fang Chen was advancing at full speed while opening the scroll. As soon as he opened the scroll, Fang Chen was attracted by the detailed information. Within the scroll, there was a detailed introduction of the Godly Blade Mountain. After that, there was information about the method to enter the Godly Blade Mountain, as well as the path. The Godly Blade Mountain is indeed a dangerous place in the Southern Mountain Land. If there is no trick, ordinary warriors will not be able to enter at all. Fang Chen looked at the scroll and could not help but sigh. Within the scroll, there were several ways to enter the Godly Blade Mountain. These were methods that ordinary warriors would not be able to think of. After that, Fang Chen saw some information about the Godly Blade Mountain in the scroll. After a while, Fang Chen finished reading all the scrolls. Then, he put the scrolls into his interspatial ring and rushed at full speed. The Godly Blade Mountain was at the edge of the Southern Mountain Land. It was desolate and uninhabited all year round. However, the plains near the Godly Blade Mountain were filled with warriors recently. These warriors were all here for the legend of the Gate of Heaven. At this moment, on the plains at the foot of the Godly Blade Mountain, the Qin family head and many Qin family disciples were standing quietly. "Family head, the Godly Blade Mountain is incomparably dangerous. Are we going in now?" Qin Yarrow asked in a delicate voice. At this moment, Qin Yarrow was wearing a tight red dress that outlined her perfect figure. On her charming face, there was a faint smile. As soon as she spoke, she attracted the attention of countless wandering warriors on the plains. They looked at Qin Yarrow with burning eyes. In the Southern Mountain Land, there were many powerful geniuses who were chasing after Qin Yarrow. Therefore, these wandering warriors knew their limits. Although they admired Qin Yarrow, they did not dare to get close to her. The number one beauty of the younger generation. This was the evaluation of Qin Yarrow by many warriors. Qin Yarrow was not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful. She was able to stand out in the huge Qin family and become the benchmark of the younger generation. One could imagine how powerful Qin Yarrow was. In the Southern Mountain Land, there were rumors that Qin Yarrow's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. However, this was only a rumor, and no one could verify it. Hearing Qin Yarrow's words, the Qin family head revealed a smile and said, "Our Qin family is closer to the godly Blade Mountain and came early. This is an advantage. We have to make use of this advantage and enter the godly Blade Mountain first to scout the situation." As soon as the Qin family head finished speaking, there were countless ear-piercing sounds on the plains. Subsequently, a black mass of martial artists appeared on the plains. When the Qin family saw the situation, their expressions changed slightly. "It's the Wu clan," Qin Yarrow whispered. Among the crowd, Qin Yarrow saw Wu Ni who pursued her back then. "Qin family head, you are quite early." When the Wu clan arrived at the foot of the godly Blade Mountain, the old man of the Wu clan said with a smile, "Your Wu clan is not late either." The Qin family head said coldly. Originally, the Qin family and the Wu clan did not have a harmonious relationship. Ever since Wu Ni pursued Qin Yarrow, the relationship between the Qin family and the Wu clan had completely deteriorated. "Sister Yarrow." Right at this moment, a martial artist beside Wu Ni saw Qin Yarrow and called out with a smile. However, his words were ignored by Qin Yarrow. The Qin family head led the Qin family and entered the godly Blade Mountain. Looking at Qin Yarrow's enchanting figure, Wu Bing's eyes were filled with passion. "If there is an opportunity, I will help you capture Qin Yarrow." When Wu Ni saw Wu Bing's eyes, he understood what Wu Bing was thinking and grinned. "Many thanks then," Wu Bing replied. Subsequently, the Wu clan also entered the godly Blade Mountain. As time elapsed, the other three-star sect had also entered the godly Blade Mountain. In the end, even the martial artists from the mysterious faction had also entered the godly Blade Mountain. These powerful sect had their own intelligence organization and could easily gather information about the godly Blade Mountain. The godly Blade Mountain might be abnormally dangerous, but they had already grasped the information about the godly Blade Mountain and had other methods to enter the godly Blade Mountain. As for the rogue martial artists, it was more troublesome. They didn't have any other methods and could only rely on their own efforts to barge in. As a result, many of them had lost their lives in the godly Blade Mountain. However, there were still many rogue martial artists who had successfully entered the godly Blade Mountain. After a few elite factions had entered the godly Blade Mountain, those weaker factions had also rushed to the godly Blade Mountain and entered the godly Blade Mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen was still on the road. He estimated that there was still a day's journey to the godly Blade Mountain. However, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. The 8th set of keys was in his hands. Without him, no one else would be able to open the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. Half a day later, everyone from the General Clan had also entered the godly Blade Mountain. Half a day after the General Clan entered the godly Blade Mountain, Fang Chen arrived at the plains. There were still many rogue martial artists on the plains. They were all waiting for an opportunity. Fang Chen's appearance didn't attract the attention of the rogue martial artists. Their attention was all on the godly Blade Mountain. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the front of the plains. There was a majestic mountain. This mountain seemed to be connected to the sky. From time to time, an extremely wild aura would be emitted from the mountain. It was extremely dangerous. As for this mountain, it looked like a saber from afar. It was stuck horizontally in the ground and seemed to have existed for a long time.